Okay, if I could call the Finance Committee to order. Clerk.
Councilmember Philseth? Here. Councilmember Niss?
Here.
Chair Schmidt?
Here.
Councilmember Scharf?
Here.
4 present.
Are we on verbatim tonight?
Welcome to the Finance Committee. I guess it's a big evening. We have on the agenda for tonight the Utilities Department, which makes up half of our city budget. And then we have Public Safety, which makes up 2/3 of the general fund, at least salary and benefit piece. So a lot of material to go through tonight. But let's see if we can keep it moving along as we progress. Let's see, oral communications, I have no cards. So we were on our first action item, and we are going to take a look at the employment benefit funds.
And Chair Schmidt, good evening. Walter Rossman, Budget Director. I will quickly point out to you the places memo which we gave to you today. You asked at the meeting on Tuesday regarding the impact of the Affordable Care Act on our health benefits costs, and we provided you with a summary of that. Additionally, you asked about payment of the annual required contribution for the retiree health care benefit fund, and we provided you with a memorandum you approved in June last year, which authorized us to pay the annual required contribution for fiscal 15 and 16. And lastly, what we have is, which we'll talk about when police department comes up, a request for funding for animal services transition funding. This was discussed with the committee during the audit in April when the auditor brought forth the animal services audit, and we're asking $250,000 one-time transitional funding, and we'll explain that tonight, later on under police.
And you'll provide material when that comes.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So the last thing before we dive into the actual agenda is I would like to follow up on one question Councilman Philseth had on Tuesday regarding the HR salary increase of 7.5%. So we looked into this, and that's actually a third reason I did not think about on the fly, but my staff did point out to me this morning. So we had a 7.5% increase. When we talked about 2.5% authorized effective July 1, 1.5% budget for merit, it gives us to 4, which gives us a gap of 3.5. So what happened in fiscal 2015, the council approved the management professional compensation plan after the budget was adopted. And what our practice here is at the city, if no compensation increases have been approved, we'll take the money and we put into a salary reserve in the non-departmental section. So we do not fund departments at that time. Once council approves those funds, we do sometimes adjust the budget if we need to, or otherwise these funds fall to fund balance and will be used for other purposes if we don't need them in that fiscal year. So the difference of the 3.5% is the 2% increase, which you approved as part of management compensation plan, retroactive July 1/14, and the 1.5% again for merit. And the HR department is unique. They only manage professional employees in the department. It was very easy to figure this one out. But we'll see similar issues today in the utility department, in the water fund, where you have another complication with SAU, which I'll talk about when we get there. Okay, so appreciate your comments, and it forces us to go back and figure things out. So with that, I would like to start on the agenda and pick it up where we left it off last week, actually on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we discussed the General Benefits Fund and the Workers' Compensation Fund. However, the Finance Committee did not take a motion on tentatively approving those funds, but I believe, if my recollection is correct, that you concluded your discussion regarding those two funds. So if we can perhaps pick up on that item first and take it from there.
Let's see, I know the discussion was truncated the other night, so why don't I ask if there are any...
So we're on the employee benefit funds, right?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay,
and we'll
good.
start
I have some questions too.
On number A, the general liability fund. You had some questions?
Yeah, but go ahead and ask first.
No, that's
Yeah, I do have some questions.
good. Let's go.
You want me to ask?
Yes.
So I guess I was looking at this, and the way I looked at it, it looked to me like it should be renamed the Car Collision Fund. Is that a, is that a misnomer? I mean, is that what all of this is for?
No, it's not.
Because,
So-
we have vehicle collision loss, and that's sort of what it seemed to imply when I read the stuff about it.
And assume you're on page, if I don't,
So I'm on page 260.
260, 259. So the general liabilities fund is the primary purpose is to pay claims against the city.
Right.
Which could be if one of our employees got in a car accident, that there's a claim against us because we're at fault. But it also could be for any kind of legal claims charged against this as approved under the authority of the city attorney or approved by council as part of a memorandum.
So it's all legal claims.
It's all legal claims, that's correct.
Got it. So, I mean, it's just sort of humorous because you have 12 car vehicle accidents, I guess, in 2013, and 12 in 2014. Then we thought we were going to have 7, but we're estimating 2018, right? So, and we're estimating 18. So we think that's what we're going to have.
That means we're not doing so well right now. That's
Right.
what that means.
And now we're proposing 15.
We're hoping we can contain it.
We're proposing we have 15 accidents, right?
And this could, this involves all funds, just to be clear. It's not just general fund, it's all funds across the city.
Right. So I guess I wanted to delve in, and not too long, but a little bit. I mean, are most of these accidents, or are they break down mostly on like utility, fire, police, or are these general, are these, planning, is taking a car out to go visit a site, or, something like that? What do these accidents typically involve?
I don't know whether HR Director Kathy would know that question, or the answer to the question.
You mean,
I
do
sure
they
don't.
involve another car, or do they involve do they hit each
So
other?
I guess this is my question. There are discretionary vehicles we use in the city, right? If I see, and I don't want to pick on Noon, but I saw someone from the 7th floor the other day driving one of these cars around town. So that to me is a discretionary use of a vehicle in some ways, as opposed to our police, which have a police car, which is clearly a non-discretionary use, or a utilities truck, or something like that. So I guess I'm sort of curious as to, who, and that goes to my next question, which I'll ask at the same time. On the defensive driving, we've gone from, because we're having all these accidents, we've obviously decided that we want to go from 30 people to 50. So who are these people that are taking it? What cars are they driving? That kind of stuff.
Good evening, Kathy Shen, Chief People Officer. I don't have the exact statistics with me this evening, but we've looked at this in great depth in our department. Most of these incidents are in public works, and utilities. They're employees who are driving vehicles for city work who either back into something, create a dent. Very, very few of them are actual auto accidents where somebody's hitting something else, and very few are police and fire. These are mainly utilities and public work vehicles.
Okay, great. And do we think that the defensive driver training is effective? Do we have any metrics on that?
That's a great question. I will take that under advisement and get a little bit more information from Sandra Blanche, who's my risk manager, on the effectiveness. I think what her theory is that we need another round of general education for those two departments in particular.
And last question, I noticed that we're increasing the budget for this by $1 million for the following year. Is that correct?
That is correct. So let me speak to that, council member. First of all, the other piece I did not mention to you, the other cost which is budgeted through this fund is the actual general liability insurance program. And what we have is we have a self-retention of $500,000, and then we have various layers of excess liability insurance which we purchase, part of it which is pooled. So that's the other cost in here. So the reason why the cost is going up here is annually we actually we have an actuary who comes in and assesses the city's risks. And based on that risk, the actuary tells us you should budget or plan a certain amount of funding for these activities. And we use that actuary report and change the funding level for this fund. So that's the reason for that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yeah, I would just make a note that number is a very dramatic increase over time and captures attention, just both the general liability insurance and the number of claims that came through. So I guess that's something we can keep our eye on. Okay, any other claims on that? I think it makes sense for us to go through the other funds and make a general motion on them. Is there anything on the general benefits fund, page 464?
Sorry, if I want to quickly talk about the General Benefits Fund. The fund is primarily used to capture and pool all the costs for pension health benefits into this fund. And from there, we pay the pension obligation to CalPERS, and we pay our health insurance premium. The other thing which you do see in this fund is various budget adjustments. The council has approved the Go Pass program in the last 2 years on a one-time basis. We believe it's successful, so we're recommending to fund it ongoing. We also have an employee wellness program. It's a first step into this direction. In alignment with healthy city, healthy communities, the city manager felt we should also look out for our employees, and we'll see how successful this program will be. Ergonomic evaluations, which is on page 467, we have realized that we're underfunding this item, and we believe it is crucial to ensure and bring lower workers' compensation costs for the city, that we increase that funding level in that fund. And lastly, employee health and safety services. It's a requirement by Cal OSHA, and we're just allocating the funding for that. And the Affordable Care Act reporting we talked about today in the At Places memo, that is required by federal law that we fund this kind of reporting and make sure that we're in compliance with the new ACA.
So, just a general interest question. So, because ergonomics are usually something somebody asks for, rather than you going by and saying, I think you need an evaluation. Is this just a self-referred kind of cost, I'm guessing?
So what this would cover is for a new employee coming in, we have tall people, small people, et cetera, to get an ergonomic evaluation. Based on that, we would set up the desk correctly, the height of the computer monitors, et cetera. So it's for that purpose, and it's also for existing employees who have complained that their shoulders may be aching, the hand is hurting, that we have funding to respond to that as well.
But for all our new employees, we do this?
For people who are at the desk. Sitting at a desk, and who actually have this constant sitting arrangements.
Yeah, makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah, Eric?
On page 264, the workers' comp, if I'm reading this right,
Back to 264?
back to 264, looks like workers' comp, since in 2013 it was 2 million, and 2016 it's 3.1 million. So that's like a 50% increase in 3 years. Is it concentrated in any one place, or is there anything we can learn?
So what happened in 2014, we had a very expensive case of a police officer, I believe, which is about, it's correct from my mind, about $650,000, $700,000. So that would increase the amount to 2014 dramatically from 2013.
Okay. And then, but that was last year, and so next year it's
So next
above
year,
that?
so what we did here with the $2.7 million, we also felt we should be consistent in our methodology and see what the actuary tells us. So the actuary report is done on the general liability side and the workers' comp side. So we funded it to this actuarial level. We'll see whether we have savings to stay in the fund that allow us to fund it less the following year.
Okay, so these are not actuals after 2014.
The 2014 is actuals, but after they're adopted, the budget numbers.
Thanks.
Greg?
Further question?
So back on page 467, the employee wellness program. So I'm all for employee wellness. I think there'd be nothing better. But in reading the description of this, I have a hard time seeing how this will do anything for employee health. We're hiring a consultant, from what I gather, who creates an online program to increase awareness of healthy options, both at work and at home. I need a little more, and I need a little more, like, really, like, what metrics do we have that this works, and what does this really mean? I mean, does this mean, like, don't eat soda, we have water? I'm just sort of like, take the stairs, don't take the elevator,
If you can find the stairs.
if you can find stairs. We have some wayfinding now. It's in our signage
The
budget.
the signage.
The wellness program is going to be anchored by this Ceridian website, which provides healthy eating options, exercise programs, competition, step counters. They provide personal coaching if you have a particular health problem. They do a personal health assessment. This will be entirely voluntary. The city won't have the information about employees' health, but you can do a personal health assessment. You can establish goals. You can have coaching if you want to control your diabetes or lose weight or start an exercise program or continue it to the next level. So that's going to be supplemented with more classes here. We've got this multipurpose room that's being renovated. We're going to have yoga, meditation, some other classes.
So where's the budget for that? For the more classes, the yoga, the that? Where's that budget?
That's in the budget. We're going to leverage our CSD staff and members of my staff who
So it's in
teach
CSD's
classes.
budget?
No, it's in this wellness budget.
It's in the $32,000?
Yes.
Because it doesn't talk about classes or anything. It says funding will be used to hire an hourly position and work with it to ensure information about the program. So it looks like it's about information, it's about creating an online website, it's about telephone consultation.
Right. We're going to leverage existing classes that CSD already gives and that my staff already give to be part of this whole program. So it will be advertised on the website, but we're going to direct everybody to this Ceridian site.
So do we have any metrics or information that shows that this has actually made employees healthier in other cities anywhere? Do we have anything to convince me that this isn't just fluff?
We have a lot of research on wellness programs. Mountain View has a very robust wellness program.
And I love wellness programs. I mean, this what we're doing.
Yes.
Having a website with online. Do we have anything that says anything about this program, what we're going to do, and that this is actually be effective? Because what I read in here is once I approve this, I will never see it again because it goes off to little parts of the departments who then get charged and it disappears in the morass and I never get to ask about it again. So
yes, there's a lot of research that this kind of a program run by a city or an employer where you get people to sign up, you have incentives, you've got competition, you have a lot of buzz around wellness, you direct people to get a health assessment, understand what's going on for them, does actually work. So there's a lot of research that goes behind it. We did a formal request for proposals and had members from other departments come and help us assess these different vendors and the different programs. So we think it is going to work. What the goal is about 20% participation, which is considered pretty good in the first year, and then you build from that.
Councilmember Sheriff, Kathy and I are also participating in discussions with CalPERS, among other agencies in California with CalPERS. And one of the conditions that we're trying to push with CalPERS is to allow us to have a high deductible plan. And they're very concerned about people avoiding going to the doctor. So one of the components that we're arguing is that we need to establish a wellness program to help enhance that and convince CalPERS and the board that they should consider this. So I think this is a baby step, if you will, towards us establishing something. And as we're working with the league and other agencies, I think we'll have better matrix and goals. But Kathy is right. I've seen articles, and maybe we can provide some of that material for you guys in one of our places memos so you could see some of the data. But I think it's an important step in the big picture for us to be able to convince CalPERS to offer us high deductible plans down the road.
Okay.
Follow-up, Councilmember Niss?
So several things. First of all, mostly aiming this at Greg, you remember we adopted Healthy Cities, Healthy Communities as one of our priorities this year, which this plays into, and there's a lot more that I think Kathy has going on with that we'll hear about at some point. Secondly, almost any big city now, big county, has some program like this. The sad part of ours is that it doesn't play into our insurance. So if you were in King County or Cook County or a county like that, you would have metrics that would allow you to pull your insurance premiums down. And so as you give up smoking, as you lose weight, as you do any of those things, and you're tracking them, you actually get a reward. So that's one of the saddest parts, I think, of belonging to CalPERS, is that we don't have that kind of interactability, therefore we don't end up with something good in health insurance. So in this case, what you really have to do is just motivate people on their own. You know, you and Eric obviously exercise, you're both look pretty fit and so forth, but...
Less every year.
But with the
many
new
peop-
employee health program, I'm going to sign up.
But many people, especially if you track it online. So at the county, we tracked it online, and you could see where people had gone, if they wanted to let you see. But some people really like you to know that they have done this many steps, or they've actually climbed that many stairs or something. But getting some sense of excitement in it or whatever.
That's what my Fitbit does.
Yes,
No, I
your
agree.
Fitbit.
It
Your
absolutely
Fitbit
does that.
it, right. Or those of us who like to do the dish or whatever, but you've got to get people started some way, and the hardest part with any exercise or health program is getting them started. So this is very much, I think, a starting kind of thing. The same with putting our priority up on the screen as well.
If I can add one more thing, that this Ridian program does sync with your Fitbit, and then next year it's going to sync with the Nike Fuel and the Apple, and they've got 7 other. So you can be tracking
Fitbit?
yourself, measure, you can have a department competition for who's cycling the most miles or walking the most steps, that kind of thing.
Okay, so the employees can do this as a community online through
Yes.
this? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, my concerns, Councilmember Niss, was that it would be effective and that we aren't just checking the box. When I read the description here, I worry sometimes that we just put a program in place that's very ineffective and we just check the box. And
It's
I
a,
want,
it's a good comment.
that's really my concern here. Obviously, we spend $30,000 and people are healthier. That's clearly worth it. But I was unclear. I didn't see any classes involved in this. If this had said to me, $30,000 and we're going to have, 4 yoga classes and 3 gym classes, and we're going to set up a workout room where the cafeteria currently is, I'm going to be like, wow, this didn't strike me that way. So
But we're doing a lot of that, so, which Kathy hasn't spoken to, but we're doing a lot of that.
Yeah, I guess a real value is the social component of it, as you see your co-workers doing things and want to join. Okay, I guess we've talked through 3 different benefit funds. Is there a motion?
So moved. I'll move the 3 benefit funds to June, to our final meeting. Nothing in the parking lot.
Okay, I'll second that.
well, it's tentative, correct?
Yeah,
Pardon?
everything is tentative.
Everything is
All
tentative.
temporary.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I said till June, till the final budget, till the final vote.
No, that's
No.
not what tentative means.
To our last meeting.
Till it's our last meeting.
All right, whatever.
Yeah, we're not recommending yet. Okay, any final comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that passes unanimously with a tepid vote. Okay, brings us to item 2, the Retiree Health Benefit Fund.
So this is the Retiree Health Benefit Fund is funded at the annual required contribution as determined by the city's actuary and is approved by the city council in June last year. Otherwise, no changes. One thing which is important to note on the increase, as you may know, that as we're moving employee groups from 90-10 health benefits contribution to a flat amount, previously the 10% employee contribution was benefiting this fund, and that's an offset of that. So that's why the increase is actually larger than just the increase of $300,000 from the ARC, but includes $600,000 of that shift. And just as a repeat, we did provide you with the CMR from last year as part of the Ed Places memo.
Questions, comments? Let's see, let me raise one issue. I guess I mentioned the last time that it's concerning that 69% of the funding is attributed to retirees who, are no longer benefiting the current taxpayers, but are being paid. And so we are concerned that we don't continue creating that. If you turn to packet page 1516, the transmission letter, there's a 10-year trend on citywide health care. And there was a notable change in 2013 where we began to ask for a contribution from employees. And that came in the first 2 years at 1.3 million, 1.5 million. Last year it dropped to 0.8, and our 16 budget has that dropping to 0.3. Now, there's a statement saying, well, actually that has more people choosing different plans that come in cheaper. But as you look at the increase in the employer share, that continues to go up dramatically. So what's happening there? Why is that employee contribution not only falling in 1 year, but now trending as a smaller and smaller portion?
Sure. So over the last 2 years, the City Council approved with its bargaining units to change the way how we pay for health benefits. It started out with SEIU, where we moved SEIU, the employee union, to a flat amount. And by doing this, the 10% contribution employees paid was previously transferred and attributed to the retiree healthcare fund. So that's the employee contribution you're seeing here. And as we're moving employees towards a flat medical amount, which helps us with the health benefits cost, so employees are now choosing a different benefit plan, are much more economical in choosing a plan which is more appropriate for their needs. We're saving money on the health benefit side. However, we are not anymore receiving this employee contribution from the employees. Go with it.
So I can understand that the employee contribution would go down because they are paying that directly. But it seems to coincide with a remarkable substantial increase in the employer contribution.
Sure.
So they're not choosing cheaper plans for the employer.
Well, the employer contribution, the reason for that going up is really a change in the actuarial methodology. You may recall in last year, the actuary was getting an alignment of accounting the implicit subsidy as part of calculating the annual required contribution. The implicit subsidy means that young active employees consume less health care, but retirees consume more, but we're both paying the same amount for each one of them. So they had to recalculate, as part of recalculations, the unfunded liability increased. And that's what you see now. That increase in unfunded liability increased the annual required contribution, because we have to pay for it. Did I capture that right?
That's correct, and it's in the report that we give you in an attachment. In terms of dollars, to give you a magnitude, our unfunded retiree medical liability is about $140 million. The implied subsidy increased it by $40 million. That's how much of a significant change that is for us. And the reason for that is that we're at a 1-to-1 ratio. We have probably slightly more retirees than active employees. And so that implied subsidy for us was a huge change, and it was a governmental accounting requirement that we take that into consideration starting this year. Our recommendation to you through Bartel last year was, instead of going up, instead of going down and then significantly up, let's just acknowledge that it's coming. And last year when we presented this to you, and that's what caused the increase.
And this is an underlying long-term trend, which, if anything, would only increase with time.
For us, it will, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Greg, isn't that, but what you just said that's the most significant is we have more retirees than we do active workers.
Correct.
And that can only increase because the actuarials indicate that those people are living longer and longer.
Yeah.
And the better health care they get, the longer they live.
There's a table that the actuary provided where it shows you the growth and then eventually tapers and then it goes down, but it's obviously a longer period of time.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's going to be a long time, I think, before that evens out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about long-term strategy for dealing with the issue. Now, one way is to increase current employees who then can help cover that longer-term retiree cost, but creates more retirees in the future. So what is a strategic way of thinking about staff size?
Well, I think, that's definitely one strategy, the size of your workforce. You mentioned another one, the contributions that we as employees make towards those plans. Some of the changes that we made have made us aware now of the difference. Instead of having the city fully cover 100% of the medical, I'll give you a quick example. I'll use myself. I have a choice of the various plans. If I choose Kaiser, I pay $17 a month. That's my contribution as part of the flat amount. I prefer not to, for personal reasons. I want to go to the Palo Medical Foundation, so as a result of that choice, I'm paying $340 a month from my side, where the city would have paid that in previous years. So those are significant decisions that now we're making as employees because we're more aware of what's the situation and the cost sharing.
Yeah, but that would then seem to cut the payments made by the city, since you're making that choice on your own.
That's correct.
And yet what we're facing here is the city contribution is increasing dramatically.
And I guess to be clear, from the current employees, what we hope to get is that we can get to where we're covering the expense for them. I can't see, and we'll need to talk it through more, how we could get the current employees to pay for some past obligation that mathematically it wouldn't work for you to be a competitive employee or retained employee.
Yeah, so there's no connection to our thinking about current employees as a way of resolving the retiree issue.
Correct. Now, there are, to carry this out, other options on how we offer benefits going forward as well. And so those are options that we want to return to you. I think we're looking in the September timeline to come back and discuss, what are some of the alternatives for us to consider as an organization so we can plan for those.
Now, when we moved to a 90-10, didn't we also include retirees in that?
We did, yeah.
So why doesn't that show up as a positive?
It's a small number because it's only been in effect a couple of years. So we had a large number of retirees already. I'll say, maybe 800 out of the 9+ were already retired.
So it's only the new retirees
Correct.
that would carry that.
Correct.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
And this is truly just a frustration in good part because of PERS and because there's nothing we can do to alter those rates by keeping ourselves well or whomever else. I don't get our health plans, so I'll exclude myself from that. But Kathy, what about retirees? Do retirees have any opportunity to get in on your wellness program? Do we do anything for retirees since we have lots of them to work with them on health? Maybe we don't want them to stay healthy.
That's a great question. We do not have retirees as part of the wellness program as we've currently
It's just what I said to you.
thought about it. We don't have retiree wellness, but I think that's something that we would want to look to for the
We're
future,
being
definitely.
irreverent, I think, so.
Well, I'm not sure I think we should look to that, but we'll see.
One of the considerations that we'll bring to you to explore, let's use that example that I gave of myself, and there was a $340 difference. We could come back to you. What if we offer a retiree to split some of the savings with them? And it becomes an option, so we don't have any legal issues, and maybe that's one way to accomplish a win-win.
How could we go about that?
Well, we need a lot more discussion. We need, legal assistance. So we need to really think it out through well and present it to you as part of the September plans.
I would really like us to look at that. This is a huge long-term liability, which we talked about for a long time. And one that's not going to lessen.
Yeah.
And I experienced the same thing you do. And I know at the county, Kaiser was so cheap.
Yeah.
And everything else was so expensive.
Yeah.
And yet, many people would continue to stay, as I have and you have, with a more expensive plan for a whole variety of reasons.
I just want to, make sure I go on record. While it sounds doable, it is complex because there's a lot of issues to work through, but it's something that we should at least take a look.
Now that we're doing verbatim notes, right?
Yes.
I guess one concrete thing we're doing is approving the current payment. And the question is, are we really adequately covering those retiree liabilities in our current payment? I mean, there's been a lot of controversy of whether the CalPERS discount rate is correct, and there were at least two actuaries, our own and their actuary, who said that rate is understated. And I think we do have an obligation not to understate the liabilities we do have over a long time period.
You're absolutely correct. So let me try to help with that. I'm trying to multitask because for the retiree medical, we use a different rate of return assumption than the pension side. And off the top of my head, it's about 6.41, but if maybe you guys can look at that while I answer the other question. The answer to your first question is yes, we are. So what the actuary does is it values the benefit for the current employees and calculates what they, in their industry, they call a normal cost.
Yes.
And so we are contributing the normal cost for all of us current employees. We're also, in addition, paying the full amount of all our retirees. So we're taking care of that obligation as well. There's a slight amount, in addition to those two, that we're also contributing for the unfunded portion. The question back to us in September is, do we want to cover more of that unfunded liability piece? So that's part of the discussion we'll have with you. But, we do want to look at all the assumptions that were made to calculate this annual required contribution, to your point, because they do influence that amount.
Yeah, and I guess there's a fundamental strategic point is we're in a nice budget position this year, and we're adding 13 new staff members and assuming, obligations for them. And the question is, during this good time, should we confront that liability issue so that we can make that choice of staff size in a strategic sense?
And I can tell you that as an organization, we're doing better than, we're in the top 20 in terms of the size of cities in terms of budgets, and we're among the better ones in terms of addressing this issue. A lot of agencies, including the state of California, are in deep trouble because they've hardly addressed it. And I think you may have heard the governor put forward a proposal to have state employees start contributing to this because it's a huge unfunded liability at the state level as well.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Do we want to approve the health liability as is?
You're ready for a motion? I so move till the end of our budget hearings.
Do you want to talk to your?
No.
Yeah, I have fairly mixed feelings about this. I guess I will vote for a temporary thing that would get us to our last meeting, but that meeting will come after we talk about total staff size that we're moving ahead with and I'd like to keep those in balance, or at least, have a discussion with both of them. So I go along with this motion that would get us to that point. With no other comments, all in favor? Aye. That does pass.
With beer, I'll bet.
Okay, that brings us to item 3, the non-departmental.
So non-departmental is a section budget document, page 458, which really contains several major expenditures. It has a salary and benefits reserve. This reserve is set for setting money aside, which potentially may be these are increases which the council potentially may award as part of labor negotiations. As you know, we're in negotiations with the Police Officers Association, Palo Alto Police Officers Association, with IAFFF, the Firefighters Union, and SCIU is coming up for negotiations in fall this year. So that's how these funds are set aside. This is planning purposes only, and the council may decide of using those funds as part of labor negotiations as we move forward with them.
So which item, sorry?
This is on page 458, the salary and benefits reserve, which you see on the budget summary.
So
It's the
that's
first
what
line.
that is, okay.
Yeah, that's what that is. The other items which you see in here are contract services. That's something the council approved some time ago for allowing us to support grant opportunities. We've used $15,000 this year for that, primarily the arts and CSD recreation area, where the departments, where we received those funds to pursue grant opportunities with other agencies. Then we have general expense is $6.4 million. That is the Kabali costs, the Kabali transfer. Operating transfer is out to $1.8 million. That relates to technology transfer. So we have a technology fee and a municipal fees, and we transfer these dollars. We collect them in general fund. We transfer these dollars to the IT fund to fund IT expenditures. And transfer to infrastructure, that is the regular transfer I talked about in the overview section on Tuesday of $14 million to the infrastructure fund, 4.7 million, which is the TOT transfer, and the remainder is a transfer to the Kabali Property Infrastructure Fund in accordance with the lease agreement with Palo Alto Unified School District. The $100,000 change, which we have, and this is described on page 459 as well, the $100,000 change, which we have for city attorney contingency, we talked about that the attorney is, you approved that tentatively to fund the principal attorney position, and the attorney was kind enough to reduce the contingency ongoing, pending any unforeseen litigation. She may have to come back to the council to request for money, but she does believe she can live and work with a contingency of $100,000.
Let's see, Lalo, you mentioned the non-departmental has the discretionary funds for the council and the city manager, is that right?
That's correct, $250,000.
So where is that?
Since there's no change, we're not outlining it, but it's in the budget itself.
So where in the budget?
So the contingency? Okay, so in the general expense, we have a contingency for the council of $250,000, city manager $250,000.
Could you break all that out? Because you said it was for the Coverly, so I assumed it was all.
We can do that. We can, at the places, we can provide you that. Yeah, we'll be happy to.
Are there any other major things in there? You mentioned the city manager, city council.
Then we have the attorney, $100,000, and I have it right here. We have, I mentioned this, paternity council, special events contingency of $50,000, and we have the human resources contingency of $50,000, so that's it. A total of $7,500.
The special events, remind me here, Walter, it's a special event / innovation?
That's correct, special events / innovation, that's correct.
And what would HR use their $50,000 for?
We set this aside for labor negotiations in case we need it. So in case we have a regular labor negotiations funding amount in the budget. However, if we have protracted negotiations or we may have a fact finding, et cetera, we would use those funds.
Got it.
Now, the non-departmental is part of the general fund, isn't it?
It's part of the general fund, that's correct.
Yeah. And what item does it show up on? if I looked at
What
the,
number, 450
Oh, page 458.
and 459?
no, if I was going to look at the overall budget,
Which is on which page, Greg?
well, up front, where you present the
Oh,
budget.
you're talking about the general fund summary where
Yeah.
it belongs, okay. So
Yeah.
back to the front. Page 87.
87, page 87. please.
87. Yeah, where would it show up there?
So what you have on page 87, you have all the department funding amounts in the general fund, and non-departmental is a little bit the middle down as one of the items, one of
Right
the
after
departments.
library.
Yeah,
Ah, okay.
so it's
And that comes to
alphabetically.
8.6 million.
That's correct.
And Councilmember Sharp asked us to give you a breakdown of it, so we'll do that in one of the places then.
Yeah, this page here doesn't reach 8.5 million.
Because what you have, Councilmember, Vice Chair Schmidt, Vice Mayor Schmidt, you have transfers, it's below the line. If you look on page 87, you have the total by departments, and we break out transfers to other funds into infrastructure as a separate line item. So that's why it rolls up a little different.
Okay,
Well,
yeah,
we'll
maybe
reconcile.
just a little note.
Yeah, we
That
can
would
do
be
that.
helpful
Yeah,
to
sure.
identify this.
A quick question on, the shuttle service had money put aside that didn't get used?
So we used very little funds of this year. What our plan, however, is as part of reappropriations to carry forward $500,000 of this reserve for general planning and transportation parking purposes to set up a contingency. And you'll see that's coming to you as a request as part of the reappropriations memo, which happens in fall.
Which department is that?
Would be in planning,
Planning.
yes. Because we believe that the council may have a lot of more requests, which was for planning for these various three areas. We believe it would be prudent to set one-time funding aside for these purposes.
Good. Yeah, that's helpful to know up front where
Okay.
these
Yeah,
things
thanks.
show up. Any other questions on the yes, Eric?
I hope it's very brief. You said in the general expense bucket, there's $50K for special events. Do you know offhand if we spent that last year?
Yeah, can I tell you? Oops. So the funds year-to-date have been used for CSD banners for downtown, which you may have seen. United Nations Association Film Festival, there was support we provided, satellite connection for the World Cup, and LED display for World Cup at Chile kickoff. And that's all the notes I have for my staff.
Okay.
And so I probably would have to ask Tommy Fehrenbach, who oversees this, to give us more detail if you're interested.
Okay, but we did spend it. Okay.
Okay, motion on, go ahead, Lalo.
One quick comment, and I don't mean to send you sideways, but on Tuesday night, you approved a $5,000 increase to your city council budget for meals. Something to be considering, not tonight, you don't have to decide tonight, is you have a couple options from our perspective for you to consider. One, to use part of the $250,000 that you have as a council contingency to fund the $5,000, or second, fund it from the budget stabilization reserve. So that's an appropriate purpose from our perspective if you intend it to be a
Or one of these things we don't approve?
I'm sorry.
Or one of these things we don't approve?
Absolutely. That's your third option.
Good, and we can deal with that.
So if I could just
Right.
have a quick follow-up on what you said. So just to keep it straight in my head, you came to us with CSD and asked for an additional $35,000 because $10,000 is to fund the summer concert series on an ongoing basis, right? But there's actually $50,000 that we didn't really know about. So it's really $85,000 for events that we already have.
Well,
I'm really glad I know that now.
that's why I made a point to. That's why I made a point to say / innovation, because part of what we want to do too is, I'll tell you one item that comes to mind that we did. Automation answering system in the development center was an automation request, and we used those funds. So it's a mix.
So let me ask one other question. Throughout the year, you bring us, or Eric, I want you to hear this if you don't mind, sorry. But one of the things we do is we have BAO, budget amendment ordinances, throughout the year, right?
Correct.
So if we were to eliminate those kind of things, right? the $50,000, the $50,000 for HR, the $50,000 for this, why wouldn't you just come with a budget amendment ordinance when you needed to spend it? And then if we put that money in the reserves, frankly, it seems like what it really does is, what it really does is allow you guys to spend the money without having to do a budget amendment ordinance. And I'm not saying that's the wrong thing to do, but that's the effect of it. Is that correct?
That's correct, but also keep in mind, every quarter we come back and tell you what we did. In the quarterly financial reports, we tell you, here's what you as a council used, here's what the city manager used in all of those items. So we've disclosed it after the fact. But the main thing that it does, and I think this is an important thing to you, is if you come to us and you tell us, hey, the community wants this done in 2 weeks. Well, if we have to come back with a budget amendment, that's not going to happen. If we have it in the contingency, we can make it happen.
So
I think that would be help, though, with a footnote where you can tell us the contingency fees we are identifying. City manager, city council, human resources, and so on. I think that would be helpful to have up front.
You mean just so I understand, because I want to make sure we do what you asked. So right now, we have it in the quarterly report that we provide you?
No, just as we go through this budget process.
Absolutely.
To understand
Yes.
that in the non-departmental are a series of contingency
We'll
funds.
list them all for you,
Yeah.
and then we'll give you what we historically are using this year, so you can kind of have a sense of what are we doing with it.
Yeah.
So we'll give you both.
That'd be very helpful, I think.
okay,
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Greg's turn.
I'll second. Any comment?
I want to see the breakdown of a lot of that stuff. I mean, this one makes me a little uncomfortable, some of these things, frankly. I feel a little foolish after grilling poor old, what's his name, about his events when I realize there's another 50,000 over here for events, right?
If it makes you feel better, it used to be $500,000, so it's 250.
So Greg, is your issue, you want to know ahead of time?
No, look, my issue is that I just think there needs to be transparency and accountability.
Well, that means ahead of time. Otherwise, you get a report saying we spent this, and you're saying I want to know ahead of time that you're going to spend it, rather than knowing after the fact that you spent it.
So take the events.
Is that correct?
Yes and no. Take the events. The events issue I have is we do these, I know we do the United Nations Film Festival thing every year, right? So if we're really going to spend this money every year, why doesn't it just go, and any part of that we spend on an ongoing basis should be moved into the regular events budget, as opposed to hidden over here where the money comes out. That's really my only hesitation. It's a small amount of money, it's $50,000, I'm not losing sleep over it. But if I had to say, from a feeling of the way budgets should be done, that if we have an ongoing, that contingency should be for things that are unexpected and that we don't necessarily have something in mind for. And so therefore, I think you should move that into the real budget for the events budget. That's my sense.
Yeah, I'd support that. If it's ongoing, stick it in there.
And I don't want to speak for the city manager, so I'll have him explain to you. But in discussions I've had with him and prior city managers as well, one of the reasons that it's there is because the office wants to be able to have a call on the events and what's funded and what amounts. If it goes to the department and the council has a request and the city manager doesn't have the budget, then he or she may not have that flexibility. So that's why it's been set up that way.
But then shouldn't it be in the city manager's budget?
I would make the point that, we had a meeting, council meeting the other night that went to 12:30. And, we put things on consent that people don't want on consent.
Sure.
And there does have to be some trade-off of what certain types of things you need some flexibility.
I'm all for flexibility. I'm just saying, instead of hidden in non-departmental, right, which none of us know what that means, really. I mean, we do now because we're sitting on finance. But the answer is, if the city manager needs a budget of $50,000 for events for the city manager wants to be able to put on and do on a, fine, I'd support that. It's not, it's just, shouldn't that be in the city manager's budget? So we all say, yes, the city manager has these funds, as opposed to, as opposed to hidden in the non-departmental budget where it has to be ferreted out.
I hear you. So
Lots of questioning.
If you would indulge me, given that this is a tentative approval, could we put it on
Oh,
their
absolutely.
discussion, and we'll have the city manager also chime in?
He's going to give us the list of
Right.
funding.
So noted, and we'll make it a point to discuss it.
Okay, just before we vote, I would make one general comment as well for transparency I think we are dealing up front at the beginning of our budget looks at some very important, funds and issues that carry with them implications for departmental spending. And, at some time it might be helpful to have, look at this after we go. But I guess what we need to do is take the lessons from going through these liability budgets, workers' comp budgets, retiree budgets, and non-departmental budgets as we look at the departments and make sure we're taking into account the repercussions that might flow through.
If I can add one slight coda on this, I think you guys have done a very clear explanation of this, so thank you very much. I think at some level there's sort of some general discomfort with sort of the perception that, gee, we got this function and we got a little bit of it over here and a little bit of it over to there, and maybe there's some more of it over in some other place, right? And sort of how do you see the big picture on this? And I think that was part of the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. In favor?
In favor.
That passes unanimously.
I said it before I walked out, you probably
Yes.
didn't hear me.
Okay, so approval of number 3, we can move on to number 4, which is the city auditor. B.
So could I ask whether or not it's possible, you just put them up. Thank you. Must have heard me thinking.
What?
Where, do we have this, or is it at places or not?
It's
It
at
is.
places.
Okay.
You know what, it was buried down under and I didn't see it right away. It looks like this.
Oh.
It's like this for tonight.
Well, Harriet, I can't vote for it. I don't have the,
It's on page
Right there.
it's in
4.
here? Okay, page 4, got it.
Now you can vote.
Now I can vote for it.
City auditor.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Harriet Richardson, City Auditor, to present the 2016 budget, proposed budget for the City Auditor's Office. As you know, our mission is to promote honest, efficient, effective, economical, and fully accountable and transparent city government, and we do that by conducting performance audits and non-audit services of city departments and programs that provide independent and objective analyses of regarding the use of city resources for the city council, city management, residents, and other stakeholders. So our major accomplishments in fiscal year 14, we again received the Association of Government Accountants Certificate for Excellence for the City of Palo Alto 2013 Citizen-Centric Report. That's a visually appealing and easy to read summary of the city's financial condition. We recovered $168,915 in sales and use tax during fiscal year 14. That was approximately 12% more than our fiscal year 2013 recoveries of about $151,000. We published audits of the solid waste program, the utility meter procurement, inventory and retirement, and animal services. And we received and passed our triennial external quality control review, which is required by the government auditing standards. For fiscal year 16, we have several initiatives. As always, we continue to conduct audits. We have several audits planned for fiscal year 16, which will be presented to the Policy and Services Committee next week. But on that, part of that, examples of those are public benefits audit, procurement processes, fee schedules, disability rates and workers' compensation, and utilities customer service rate and billing accuracy, which will be a follow-up. The work that we did on the meter inventory will be feeding into the work we do on this audit. We will also continue our monitoring for potential misallocations of or underreporting of sales and use tax, and we'll again prepare the annual performance report, conduct the National Citizen Survey, and prepare the citizen-centric report. So we have two budget proposals. The first one is to reclassify our administrative assistant to a performance auditor one. This has no budget impact. The pay scale would be exactly the same, but my intent in doing this is to increase the efficiency of our office by allowing us to conduct more audits and having our admin assistant be more like 40-70, 40 on admin, 70% on performance audits. The other advantage of that is that our office has never had an entry-level auditor position, and so it helps if we have vacancies, it helps with recruiting and being able to bring people in at a lower classification and teach them how to audit. And then our next proposal is we've had a part-time, half-time performance auditor over the years. That position has fluctuated to various levels of staffing from half to 0.75 to full-time. During the mid-year budget this year, it was approved to convert it to full-time. And so instead of constantly coming back, we're proposing to make that permanently a full-time position. The proposed cost is $75,529,000. That concludes what I have to present. I'm ready for questions.
Questions, comments?
Oh, sure, I'll ask. So I completely get the administrative assistant performance auditor. That sounds like a great innovation. So obviously you could always do more audits. I mean, if we gave you 5 more people, you could fill the time.
Correct.
I mean, no question in my mind, right? So you've had a half-time person, right?
Correct.
As an auditor. And now you want that person, it's the same person, right?
Yes.
And that same person now wants to go full-time.
I would like the person to be full-time primarily. We had to do some shuffling this year when we wanted to do the animal services audit. Over the years, this has been a position that's constantly gone up and down, up and down. And so I'm proposing just make it full-time and not do the up and down thing throughout over the years. That's been done over the years.
Now, when you say up and down, you mean sometimes it's been full-time, sometimes it's not?
Sometimes it's been three-quarter time, sometimes it's been half-time. There's been different times when it's gone back and forth. It fluctuates, and it's what it is.
So it's really more of an efficiency argument than a workload
Yes.
argument?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. I have enjoyed reading through and utilizing the materials here, so I guess it's fair to use this to ask you some questions.
Okay. I have my sheet right here.
Tell us where you are, because we've got 5 sheets in front of us now.
This is the handout that came to
Got
the
it.
last meeting, page 29. Number of work products. I guess one of the work products is this report. And I did note the other night that I was like the only one that had this, and I don't think some of the staff members had it. And so they were saying, you know, where is that material? That is such a critical piece of the budget, to have a perspective.
So
and
what are you looking
context.
at, Greg?
See,
We've got it's way deep in here.
this was handed out before the last meeting.
Oh, before the...
And I sent that by email last week.
Okay, got it.
And then it was at places.
Of course, I didn't bring it for today.
If I'm not mistaken, there would have been a series of requests for where the auditors the service, the performance report was and some other things. And if I recall, she reported to the council that she would get the tables out to the council, right?
Correct.
Which is sort of forms the backbone of the report, and that's what those are, the tables that the auditor told she would get.
Right. I guess my point for the auditor is this is such a valuable tool for analysis and context, and you also have individual performance, audit performance measures for each department, which we don't have, and it's a big gap. So I just want to make the case that we, have missed the 3 months that we usually have with this report for coming. Now, the other thing that's striking in the numbers you have here is the percent of audit recommendations implemented. And that took a big jump over the last year. It averaged 43% and jumped up to 75%.
You're on page 29, I believe. Of
29, the next to last column under city auditor.
Are there more?
Does everybody on the council have this?
I don't have this.
I do, but it was, we've got so many pages now that it's hard to track it. But the front page
Lalo
says,
comes
"Good
to my
afternoon,
rescue."
council members."
Yeah. Now,
I'm not seeing it either, so.
what we have, the last number here is fiscal year 2014. And if you look at the auditor's operating budget sheet, she says 75 for 2015.
So we're setting a goal of 75%. So as we were doing this, I realized that the way we have been calculating this, what they were counting and what I thought they were counting were two different things. So this is the percent, this is to represent the percent of open audit recommendations implemented over the past 5 years. What they were doing was counting if the audit was issued during the past 5 years, had the recommendation been implemented, but there were some recommendations that were older than 5 years, and they weren't including them. So I'm setting a goal to work and try and get those open recommendations closed out so that we can be working towards the 75%.
Yeah. So the 75% is a goal. It's not a 2015, I guess.
Correct.
It was
Correct.
stated in the 2015 budget, 75 was the target for last year. Can you talk a little bit about that from your office? What does it mean to get that number up to 75?
So one of the things that I've been working with the city manager on is trying to have someone that I can work with directly in his office where we can work on some audit issues. And with his new assistant city managers on board, he has assigned one to me. So I'll be working with that person to...
Which one?
Suzanne Mason.
Hi, Suzanne.
Actually, look, she's actually waving like, hi.
So this
She's
is,
the
like
lucky
that.
this
one.
her third, it's her third night.
She's not running.
So I'm hoping that we'll work together throughout the audit process and after the audits are done to get people on a schedule for implementing the recommendations and moving them forward, so.
Yeah, I just noted that is a dramatic shift and important one, and it's good to see the cooperation with the city manager on it, and it gives us a target that we can look forward to seeing as we go along. So just wanted to note that change. Good, and I think that is the value of getting good tracking measures and have them available for the budget discussions, as it helps set a context.
Correct. And next year you will be getting this sooner. I think I've mentioned to you a couple of times already that we're revising how we approach the performance report to cut down the number of hours we spend on it and focus on really key measures and not a lot of filler data in the report. So not too long after we finish this one and the fiscal year is ended, we'll be gathering data for the new one.
I can tell you I've already got lots of questions about the citizen survey and the questions that are going to be on next year. When does it come?
Surprise.
And if I may add, we're actually going to collaborate with Harriet on this. We're going to use the budget system to track these performance measures and then publish them in an easy fashion for all of us. And there will be a BAO coming to you in fall because I don't know the cost yet, what this will be. It will be, I don't know, we'll have to figure this out. But the idea is to really streamline the process for the auditor's office and for us in OMB and for city staff. Right now, they enter performance measures in the budget document, for Harriet and spreadsheets. We're trying to make this a little easier and really focus not on the tracking of measures, but use the measures to manage performance.
Yes, it would make the budget hearings so much more effective if you could do that beforehand. Great, those are my questions, comments. Eric?
I just make a comment on the 75%. Thank you for not sandbagging on that target. I mean, if 75% isn't realistically achievable in 1 year, then just in general, my personal predilection would be let's get a target that can be a stretch target, but it's something that we could actually achieve. All right.
Thank you.
I'll make the motion to approve the budget.
Second.
Okay, any comments? We have a motion. All in favor?
Aye.
That
Congratulations, Harriet.
passes
Thank you.
unanimously.
It is a tentative approval, but I don't see that being a huge issue.
She'll be on pins and needles, I'll bet.
Okay, that brings us to item number 5 on our agenda, Office of Sustainability.
Sustainability, page 184.
So our Chief Sustainability Officer, Gil Friend, will present quickly his budget to you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, council members, community members. I'm Gil Friend. I'm the Chief Sustainability Officer, and I'd like to present to you the proposed FY26 operating budget for the Office of Sustainability. The Office of Sustainability leads the organization, residents, and visitors in promoting a culture of environmental sustainability by developing, coordinating, and leading initiatives citywide, regionally, and through partnerships with the community. The purpose of the office is to promote and facilitate an environmentally sustainable future in ways that improve quality of life, grow prosperity, and build resilience, and provide leadership in the region and to other communities. We do this with strategic planning, working with all the other city departments, developing and implementing programs and policies that advance the city's sustainability goals, and collaborating with various levels of government and non-governmental organization to leverage resources and to advance our goals. Next slide, please. Some of the accomplishments in the last year, which is really the first year of the Office of Sustainability, we've launched the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, the first update in our climate plan since 2007. We've reactivated the Employee Green Team to engage staff across the city in incorporating good practices and many practices that the council has acted on in the past into city operations and procurement processes and work life. We've procured and are now implementing a sustainability dashboard to streamline the collection and analysis and reporting of key sustainability indicators, and in line with the conversation just previously with the city auditor, to provide metrics that will be helpful in managing more effectively, not just reporting on past accomplishments. We've conducted a series of study sessions with the City Council and the Utility Advisory Commission regarding the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, the shuttle program, mobility as a service, and strategic issues facing the City of Palo Alto utilities. Next slide, please. Some of the key initiatives for the coming year are to complete the development of the SCAP, to pilot locally and regionally mobility as a service initiatives, to implement the sustainability dashboard tracking system, to develop additional external funding sources for sustainability initiatives. And I would add to this also to further embed environmentally preferable purchasing and other city council objectives into purchasing and operations across the city wherever feasible. Next slide, please. The significant budget proposals that we're bringing to you tonight are continued temporary staffing, $105,508, and contract funding for a variety of projects in the amount of $190,000. And that concludes my presentation. I look forward to your questions.
And can I add one other thing,
Sorry.
Vice Chair?
Hi, Ash.
Hi.
Cash.
Yeah. The other thing you'll notice, and on page 187, the next big shift that occurred is the Chief Sustainability Officer's position this current fiscal year 15, and in prior fiscal years, was allocated across several different funds. So this year, the funding has been all pooled and dumped into the general fund and into this budget. So you'll see, some changes there, and I think, Walter and folks can answer more of that, but I wanted to highlight that for you.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Nitz.
That's helpful, Cash, thank you. So the part that I find puzzling here, Gil, is as you go on page 190, and we're looking at to continue temporary staffing, and you've got a net general fund of 105, and then this says pursuing foundation, government, and other funding for city sustainability. And then down under number 2, it says identify outside funding for city sustainability initiatives, engagement, and so forth, which seem very similar. And I don't know if this is the result of going from across the board to now all within the general fund, or it looks to me as though most of the department is contract funding, except for you.
We have had this year, and we're asking for next year for the one hourly employee, basically, one FTE across the year, an hourly be divided. It's been divided across 2 people working half-time. We're looking to continue that. One of those people is working primarily on implementation of the sustainability dashboard and the reporting opportunities that will come from that, and one is focused primarily on developing additional funding resources. So the contract funding is separate from that. It's for specific projects, not ones that staff would be undertaking.
So that's how the two differ, 1 and 2. So I'm looking on page 190, number 1,
Yep.
and number 2. So
Yeah,
one's
number one
contract,
is for the temporary staffing. Number 2 is for contractors for specific designated projects.
Okay. And are they both doing somewhat the same thing, or are they doing it for, and Jim is dying to clarify, I can tell.
I'll let you finish your question.
Because, as I said, these look so similar.
Yeah.
And perhaps it's because who are the 2 people that you have had upstairs in the corner? Is that temporary staffing or contract
That's
funding?
the temporary staffing.
Okay.
I'm going to help out here, but Cash looks like he's eager, so.
Well, no, I can defer to the city manager, unless you'd like me to answer.
You told me you had all the answers.
Most of them.
He tells me the same thing.
So
Please, this is showtime.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Niss, the way you can look at it is Gil's 2 hourly employees. One of them is, in essence, a project manager that works very closely with Gil and, works pretty much like his right-hand person.
That's the temporary
That's
staffing?
one of the temporary employees. So that's half of the $105,000.
Okay.
So that's about or about $50,000 of that, or $51,000, what have you, is used to pay him about 20 hours a week to work with Gil and help him on day-to-day triage and activities and projects. The other $51,000 and such is used for another hourly employee to work 20 hours a week over a fiscal year, and she's mainly focused on looking for grants and subsidizing both hourly costs, so ideally the whole $105,000, plus even Gil's salary and any other programs the city is doing ideally with acquiring grants. So that's generally what those two are doing. The $190,000 that we have in contract funding is used, for example, for the electric vehicle consultant, the EV consultant we've brought on board to work on a very specific program project. And there's several other consultants that we've brought on to work on these very specific projects. And Gil's probably way more advanced to answer what are the consultants, what have they done, and what will they be doing next fiscal year, and why he needs the additional $190,000.
May I add to that just a little bit, put a little more context? So the model we have for the Office of Sustainability is, it's kind of a challenging model. It really says to, we'll hire a chief sustainability officer. We've had a position for a number of years. We've tried different approaches that would leverage existing capacity in the organization for folks who are working on individual sustainability projects, whether it's Phil and his folks who are down at the water quality treatment plant working on, the composting, or, the waste energy or the zero waste program, folks in utilities or whatever. It's not necessarily an easy model to work with because basically it says to Gil, well, you've got to help coordinate all of these folks and sort of lead initiatives, and by the way, you don't really have any staff. You have to depend upon, what's Tennessee Williams, the kindness of others, in a sense, in the organization.
Or grants in that case.
Right. And so the two things are, last year, and I would also say I asked Gil for a range of options for different levels of advancement we could make, many of which included the adding of additional permanent staffing, all of which I rejected and have not included in the budget proposal. And if you recall last year, actually, when we added the the funding for these positions, the first, what's the number again, Cash, 105,000, is that the number? Correct. That's the temporary staffing money. Let's look at the other thing is just consultant contract money. That's the easiest way. And picking up on Councilmember Niss's question, I think the language in the budget document's a little confusing because it gives a sense that there's this fundraising role that's redundant in both, and I don't think that's really the case. So on that consultant piece, those are also could be funds that we would have had in some individual departments to run some of these projects that we've combined within the Office of Sustainability to give more focus to what it is we're doing. But here's the problem we do have with the $105,000. If you remember last year, we put the money in the budget, and we had some discussion with the committee that this funding was there in order for staff to be able to go out and leverage a different revenue to be able to make it self-sustaining. That has not been achieved. There are some of that has to do with the startup issues, what it takes to kind of get some of these relationships and grants working. And so I had a discussion with Gil saying, well, that's the commitment we made. We haven't delivered on it. So at best, what I will do is we will continue this one more year. It's $105,000. We've got to prove out, and it drops. So I'll accept that we have a number of things in process that could play out, but they haven't yet. But I do feel that we propose to the council a model and a concept that we haven't yet been able to deliver on. This budget is asking us to give us one more year at this chance to see it. But I will say that there is a kind of reckoning that I would expect that we would reach at the end of this year if we're unable to be able to do this. We can't say each year, number one, the marketplace is tough on leveraging ongoing funding to support our work. The consultant piece, you may ultimately say, well, we don't want to keep adding new money to fund other consultant work. We would like you to see you leverage that. So we want some entrepreneurial success here. And so you're just like a little mini VC fund. We're just coming back for a small second round of funding on this thing before we kind of say, yes. And so I want to be really straight up. I mean, I think this is exactly where we are and what has happened. If we don't continue this, we're really basically saying, okay, we're going to retrench, in my view, seriously. We're not going to really see whether or not we can leverage a bunch of additional money. And in many ways, I think we prematurely pulled the plug on the experiment that we've got going right now as far as how we can advance our sustainability initiatives. Now, there's two things I think for the most part that are really happening. There are a series of kind of bigger idea initiatives that the office is working on that are connected in many ways to the climate action plan and really building an updated database to really track our progress and how we're doing. And I think that that's in relation to direction that we have from the council, previous direction we certainly have had from the council. The second piece that Gil is working on is that the internal city operations, as it relates to sustainability, have been been uneven across departments. They've been at times ad hoc, and they haven't had the kind of discipline and drive that we need to have. I've felt that if we're going to be ultimately asking our community to do more, then our own organization better be really at the top and high performance on what we're doing on energy savings, on our own recycling kind of programs, on everything that we do. So, I mean, there are little things we've done between putting filtered water in or trying to get comprehensible recycling containers and those sorts of things in the organization, to looking at bringing in outside firms to do detailed energy audits on how we might invest in energy and get specific returns on all of our own buildings. That's a kind of big component of the work that he's been charged with doing also this year. So we're here to answer more questions, but I just want to give you a quick.
It's still a bit of a puzzle to me, but I'm sure others want to ask as well. And I hear what you're saying, Jim. You're really saying it needs a little more time, and you're asking for that. And I'll be interested in what my colleagues say.
Councilmember Sharp.
Well, welcome. So I really appreciate the candor about it. You know, it's a difficult decision in many ways to continue, whether or not to continue the funding. So I'm not sure exactly where I am on that. I think I'm probably going to end up wanting to put it in the parking lot and think about it a little bit and maybe ask some questions if they come up when we have that final meeting. So I definitely have concerns about that. I guess I wanted a sense of what have those hourly people achieved in the last year, and how long fairly have they been working? I don't recall when you hired them. I know you've been here about a year ago, but I was unclear how long they've been here and what they're doing and that kind of stuff.
They came on in November, Councilmember Sharp, so they've been here about 6 months.
Okay.
One of them has worked with me to develop the RFP and guide the procurement process and onboard the consultant for the sustainability sustainability dashboard, and has been leading the engagement process with the consultant, IT, utilities, and other departments to get the data assembled and onboarded so we can pilot that process. We're in the middle of that now. We expect to have the first phase of that work done in about 6 weeks. At which point you and departments can start using that data analysis in an active way. That's been the primary part of his work. He's also been working with me to shape the communications strategy around the sustainability and climate action plan so we can have more active community engagement and discussion in that process. The second hourly person has been focused primarily on identification of funding resources. She has found and brought into the city a database that will let us more effectively track the availability of federal, state, and private foundation funding, not just for the Office of Sustainability, but for other departments to help make the whole organization more effective at finding external resources. And she has also been serving as a primary liaison on the mobility as a service initiative. As you recall, we have a small contract with a private contractor working on that. We've developed a partnership with joint venture Silicon Valley to convene a regional conversation
on mobility as a service, working actively with VTA on that, and are just submitting 2 additional proposals this week to bring in additional funding for that. So that's been the primary focus of both of their activities, is those areas.
And what exactly have you been doing for the last year?
A bunch of things. Primary focus has been getting the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan underway. That's been, in addition to the work.
So if I could just stop with that, because I did have a question about that. We did one of these before. Mm-hmm. So what's different in terms of how we did it when there wasn't an Office of Sustainability and how it's being done now?
When it was done in 2006 and 7, it was done with the Green Ribbon Commission appointed by the council in a large community engagement process over the course of a couple of years. This time we're trying to do it on a faster track because we are, the effort is framed by the comprehensive plan update process. And so we're trying to do an accelerated climate plan process that can match that timetable. It's critically important that these 2 plans be in sync with each other. And so we're running a faster process, guided more internally with consultants and less with the broader, but ultimately slower
so the
community-based process.
Reporting to you or to planning or
consultants are reporting to me.
So consultant. And
yeah,
so
we hired them with a proposal and a budget that you all endorsed. Cash, do you know when that was?
It was this fiscal year. I forget it.
It was the summer.
And you came to us for that. I remember we talked about it and we agreed to it. And so that's not within the 190, those consultants, correct?
That's in the 190. We are anticipating that there may be some follow-on work for that, but that's to be determined based on once we have the initial report done.
So what do you propose using the 190 for?
We've identified a number of possible areas for that. One is additional work on electric vehicle readiness. We need to update the EV policy, which was last updated in 2011, I believe. As I mentioned, an additional phase of work on the climate plan, extensive active community engagement around the climate plan, both what people want to endorse and how they want to move on it. The work that City Manager mentioned around improving operations and operational efficiency and cost effectiveness here at the city, which is something that we think will yield a positive return on that investment. We're tasked also to do the verification of climate reporting that has previously been done by City of Palo Alto Utilities. And then we've reserved...
So you're going to have an audit function on the utilities, basically? Is that what we mean? We're going to... I mean, what do you mean you're going to check that's reported by utilities?
Utilities previously has funded a third-party verifier to verify our reports to the climate registry of the city's greenhouse gas emissions. They have proposed that funding be carried by the Office of Sustainability. That's about $15,000 a year to do that function. And then we reserved about 20 or 25% of this money for to be determined for projects that we expect will emerge over the course of the year based on the activities that we're engaging in.
So there's lots of community interest in sustainability.
Yes.
And one of the things is I like it when you come to council and ask for the funding for things. It allows us to see what you're doing. It allows us to determine if that's the right direction. It gets the community, it gets known out there what you're doing, as opposed to having the funding and making the determination what to do. I have to think a little bit about the best way to structure it. Obviously, we don't want to handcuff you and want you to have good initiatives, but in many ways, I think it's better if you come to council and say, this is my plan and this is what I hope to achieve, and this is where I'm going to achieve it. So I'll give you an example. I love your mobility initiative. I frankly think on the climate action stuff that, it would probably, I don't think you've achieved much on there, frankly. I mean, I think that we haven't gotten that far. We would have gotten that far without the Office of Sustainability. Maybe that's unfair, but that's sort of my impression of it. Whereas my impression is that the mobility initiative is something you looked at Helsinki, you came up with it, it sounds really interesting, it sounds great. And I think the dashboard I get the sense that yes, isn't IT handling most of that? And actually building it and getting the data?
No, IT's cooperating with us. It's being built by an external consultant who we've engaged after a competitive process to bring proprietary software to us that we can, specialized for this purpose, that we can deploy. IT is working with us. Utilities, of course, is critically important because a lot of the data lives there. We own that process, and we're driving that process.
So I'm really hopeful that the mobility thing, I mean, it would be huge to me. I mean, if the mobility thing actually worked out and you could do that, I'd be amazed and thrilled. I mean, if we actually got something, I mean, I keep reading about what Helsinki's doing and how they're moving forward on, and it seems really exciting if you could bring that here.
It does to me too, council member. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. One of the things that has struck me about that is the response that we're getting around the region from others who see this as a way of unsticking the conversation about transportation. So I share your excitement about that. I think it's a big deal, potentially. It's certainly a big piece of our carbon footprint that we need to address. I would respectfully disagree with you about not having accomplished much on the climate plan. You haven't seen much yet because we've torn the engine apart.
Maybe I just haven't seen it.
You could come to the garage and see all the parts scattered around the floor and the things, I mean, that work is underway. The consultants are deep now in a process of the quantitative analysis of several hundred initiatives that we've identified as possible initiatives. We're going to be ranking them in terms of return on investment, abatement cost of carbon, strategic feasibility, and so forth, and coming back to you, as we promised, with a series of roadmaps and options that says, here are some possible goals, here are the pathways to achieve them, the costs that we think would be required to achieve them, and have that support a future conversation with you and the community about choosing that path of action. There's a lot of work going on there. It's the kind of work that we thought was not productive to show you as work in progress because it's not cooked enough yet. We'll have pieces of it cooked soon, and we look forward to bringing that back to you. This, I think, provides ideally the organizing frame for how we go forward on sustainability strategies in the future. As the city manager said, we've done a lot of work in the past and in recent years, but a lot of it's been ad hoc. And one of the requests to me when I came in is to try to bring a strategic focus to all that, give us a coherent strategy that makes sense to you, makes sense to the community, and allows the departments across the city to align their programs with some strategic goals that we've thought through and decided on and share.
Thank
I'll defer to Councilmember Filson.
Councilmember Filson.
Have some additional context to add.
Well, first I wanted to ask a question. So the two hourly folks, those are the contractors. That doesn't come with sort of the whole city salary, benefits, pension plan, all that kind of stuff?
No, does not.
Okay. So my thoughts on this are, first of all, thank you very much for the direct and terse and assessment of this. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. However, since the city manager decided to pick on angel investors, I figured I'd better, as a member of Band of Angels, I better respond to that one.
I'm sort of a rookie.
I thought he said it in the nicest possible way.
I meant it in a nice way.
Perhaps I exaggerate, right? I think one of the things that those kinds of people look for is you look for a working prototype, right? I mean, some kind of piece of thing that's minimal, but you can show, aha, it works, and you can actually sell it to somebody, and you got a bunch of different things that you're working on, right?
Yep.
But I'm with Councilmember Scharf over here. I thought the Helsinki thing and then the hybrid shuttle thing was actually kind of interesting, right?
Yep.
We hadn't seen a lot of that someplace else, and it wasn't something that, well, utilities had something going on like it, and somebody else had something going on like it, and so forth. And I kind of like to see how that one would work, right? And so, in the sense that there's such a thing as giving an entrepreneur too much money too soon, too. And so, I guess my inclination is, I think like Councilmember Scharf, I think the hourly people, I think it doesn't make sense to we keep them on for the next year and make sure the experiment going. The $190K increase in consulting, right? I think I'm with my colleagues here on. I think maybe that goes in the parking lot, and we sort of see how things end up on that one. But with the existing 50 or 60K of consulting, could you get to a proof of concept on something, on like, pick one thing, like, the Helsinki thing, and see if you can get something concrete, that we can all look at. Because the risk is that we get out here a year from now and what you've got is really interesting PowerPoint presentations, right? But we don't really know what to do with that.
Yep.
Okay. So that'd be my 2 bits.
If I could respond, council member, I very much appreciate where you're coming from. And I don't want to be with just a bunch of PowerPoints a year from now either. That wouldn't be satisfying to me. It wouldn't fulfill why I'm here. And again, I agree that the mobility as a service is a big play with big potential impact. I think we need to have the foundation of a strategic plan and a tracking system to understand how well we're doing. Because even if I were to focus entirely on mobility as a service across the organization, we have, as you know, more than 150 other sustainability initiatives that are kind of ad hoc and could be far more effective than they've been. One of the things I've done in my spare time so far is work with the procurement organization to see if we can embed our environmentally preferable purchasing commitments more effectively into that process, and we're already finding financial benefit from doing that. So we haven't brought that to you as a report on ROI, but that's something that we'll do over the coming year, and hopefully with some interesting numbers there. I'm trying to leverage my time in that example by bringing together an ad hoc group of people from Public Works and ASD and some other organizations who are involved in purchasing, city's chief procurement officer as well, to find ways to embed and streamline these processes with an eye to more efficient procurement, better environmental profile, and better ROI back to the city. Yeah, I think we can focus on a couple of big items, but I think we can't let these other ones drop. And the question is, how do we most effectively get to them? Just another one which we mentioned already. We have a small initiative underway about electric vehicle advancement. I think it's I need your guidance about whether you see that as a low priority that we should let go, or something that we should continue to push forward on, and if so, how do we do that?
Thank you. So I think, again, just some additional context. So first of all, I think it's important that we acknowledge that what we are trying to do is being done rarely anyplace else in the world. I mean, this is new territory, which is how does a city or a nation really systematically advance dramatic improvement and change as it relates to climate change and other environmentally sustainable initiatives. We're already known around the country, in this country, as a leader in this regard, and it's not simply just because we were able to green up our electricity portfolio. It's in a range of areas. Some of the work that we have done before, let's say over the previous decade, again, in more or less the first wave of cities in the country to adopt climate action plan in 2007, was a bit of a kind of cobbled together, mash up kind of operation with existing staff people. Everybody's kind of gung-ho, let's do it. We were borrowing pieces of people from their other jobs. And like anything, on an initial initiative, you can kind of get a lot of energy, you can get a lot of support for it, but sustaining that over time, you get this pull, you got to come back to your job. I know you want to work on these things. One. Two, the rigor, without casting aspersions on our prior work, the rigor of some of our analysis and our data was, I'd say, sort of at a first generation level. And as we're now in a phase of having to, at least right now, we are operating under what I think is a council directive to continue to improve our performance in this area. In other words, to reduce our carbon footprint even more as a community, et cetera, et cetera. We haven't exactly set what those targets would be, but you're not saying we've arrived, let's just plateau and keep this thing going. I personally think we should be going in this direction, and I'll be less interested in my job here if we want to just be plateauing on this, but that's just, that's my own individual perspective. And so like anything, the first wave of change and adjustment is usually easier, and like anything, getting returns on an investment can often get harder and harder as you move ahead. And that's the phase we're starting to move into, which requires a level of integration, much more sophisticated data analysis and reporting for us, not only to incent our work, but for those numbers to hold up to scrutiny when we start saying, well, we've achieved this and we've achieved that. And that's a lot of what the work is on the analysis related to the plan and the dashboard. Now, as you all know, I mean, dashboards are sort of one of the in things these days. One of the things that's nice about them, it's a pretty easy way to grasp a lot of kind of complicated data in a fairly simple way. But like everything else, getting to that point takes some effort itself. So that's one mainstream. The second thing is that as we've sort of lost the ability to just borrow from people regular in the organization, when I got here, we had 4 people working in a virtual office of sustainability in their day jobs. And again, ultimately, they had to go back to their day job. So that's why we created the office. We're piloting, we're not going to say piloting. We created a model that's a little bit more like a corporate model that said, how could we have a board of directors representing the different departments, with Gil essentially working as the executive director or the CEO to this board, with me as the chair of the board, which is to try to get, how do you get utilities, how do you get public works, how do you get transportation, how do you get the folks in facilities, how do you get communications, all of these people, not just going out doing their own thing, but integrating this. And the truth is, that is not an easy task in any organization, even in the most the highest performing private sector organization. I can definitely tell you in a governmental organization that has these very stratified, calcified things where people are pretty good about doing what they've been doing within their own environment, but getting outside and partnering with others, it's not easy. And so even the concept of the mode we're using right now, I don't mean, it's not in a sabotage sort of way, but there's resistance in the organization because it's sort of asking for a, sort of a sharing of power and authority that sort of people aren't used to, saying, why do I have to listen to Gil asking us to do this stuff? We used to be able to go do it ourselves. But we can't get, like any company or any initiative that's trying to kind of advance, we've got to be able to build across this area. And then lastly, I would just say is that what we've really done is, and I've been so critical of the word transparency that I hate to use it, but we made more exact what we're doing by having a focus of an Office of Sustainability rather than having it fragmented in all these little pieces. Because I can guarantee you before this, we would have that same $190,000 with $25,000 in transportation, this and that in these different areas, and it wouldn't even be obvious. So we're running into this problem. I'll just use this as a commercial. As I've seen some recent data, I'd love to get citing that actually we're seeing data now that increases in transparency in the public sector actually inversely correlate with feelings of trust about how things are going. So it's a very interesting thing. The more people know, in many ways, they go, I don't know if I like what is going on here. And that's a little bit of what is happening here, on top of which, sorry, Gil. Gil's one person, he's running around doing this. And number two, he's coming in as somebody who's been both in the private sector and a company trying to figure out how to make this thing work in an organization. And we've got a council that's really saying, and this is what they're saying, if we could get a better ongoing sense of what you're doing and what is happening, I think that would make it easier for us to understand things. And I think one takeaway we have from here is to figure, to structure a way to do that.
I think you have articulated the issue pretty well. I sense I get is it's really an organizational issue we're talking about, that there's an agreement that sustainability is a critical issue for the city and a critical goal that we want to achieve. We're dealing with this, though, inside a departmental basis, and each of the departments that come have a clear clearly defined objective. They've got issues they can grapple with. Inside their budget, there are targets and goals that they have set in the past and tried to reach, and we can measure their achievements, and they can say, here's what the budget changes will have on those targets. The problem is any measurement of sustainability ends up inside the departments. And if we could identify some concrete goals in this department, here are 4 things we want to achieve this year, and here's the resources we need to achieve those. So in 6 months or 12 months, we can come back and say, well, let's look at those goals, those targets, and the amount of resources that you have. But instead of, a lot of the activities are coordinating activities across other departments, and the achievements show up in utilities or public works or development center. So, the question is, should this be treated as a department with its own initiatives and spending? Is it a part of the city manager's office as it was before, where the city manager has responsibility across departments? And do you want to define the resources you're asking for in terms of tasks that you are setting out to achieve? Here are 5 things we want to do with that money, instead of trying to cover the whole sustainability world. And I think that's what we're grappling with. So I guess that moves on to next step. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the budget with $190,000 in the parking lot.
That 190.
Yeah.
That's essentially the outside consultant contract money for FY16.
Right.
So the 190 gets put in the parking lot, and the other rest of the budget
The
gets
105
approved.
stays.
Tentatively, correct.
Okay, is there a second?
Second. You did it, didn't you? Second?
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I guess since 2 people have mentioned the parking lot, the 190 goes into the parking lot.
Correct. Okay.
And I'm concurrent.
Okay, and then everyone in favor of the remainder of the budget? Aye. That does pass.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, council members.
Okay.
Okay, that brings us to
The big one.
the main part of the night's business, the Utilities Department.
So I move approval of all the utility budgets.
I don't hear a
As the UAC liaison, having listened to this stuff all the time.
Perfect, second, and we can vote.
They've already gone over the raise with the council.
I sort of feel that way.
I'm gonna get some hot water. I'll be right back.
No, right, this is like the 3rd time. But I have some... All right.
Thank you very much, Chair Schmidt, council members Scharf, Niss, and Filseth. We do thank Councilmember Scharf. He has been very active in our UAC meetings and our UAC issues, utilities issues, and it has been very helpful to get his insights. So I'll quickly walk through our department. I do want to note that we have some utility staff here. They've not only been instrumental in working on the budget, but actually on implementing the many activities and initiatives that we've promised you we would undertake. In terms of our mission, I'll just read it to you. It is to earn high satisfaction of our customers with cost-competitive provision of safe, reliable, and environmentally sustainable utility services.
We have 5 different divisions. There's the administration division more probably for Councilmember Philseff, you might be a little bit less familiar with our department, but the administration department is basically my immediate office, which includes the communications function, our compliance function with all the regulatory agencies, our budget, our IT strategies, our fiber policy. That's all reporting directly to me right now under different folks. We have our customer support section, which really is overseeing our on-site call center, second floor and first floor here in the building, and our meter reading and credit collection functions. Then we've got our engineering function, which does the engineering for 5 utilities, the water, wastewater, electric, gas, and fiber optics utility. And the operations department, which similarly for the 5 utilities does the operations and maintenance. Our resource management group does all the commodities purchasing for electric, water, and gas, does the rates development. It looks at policies around greenhouse gas reductions and around emerging technologies. So that's pretty much how we're organized. Our accomplishments and our, in a sense, what Council has also acknowledged in terms of our efforts really span all of our utilities around greenhouse gas emissions, around things that we've managed in terms of water conservation, what we're doing on the solar front, and we are particularly proud of the Public Power Utility Award that we received from the Solar Electric Power Association. That is, you know, we were the one across the nation who got that for a public utility our size. We also were recognized for our electric reliability through the Reliable Public Power Provider, or we call it the RP3 designation from the American Public Power Association. And as you all know, we've got a local solar plan, and on the gas front, we've got our voluntary Palo Alto Green Gas program. Quick overview of that. So with respect to our fiscal year 2016 initiatives, we are very much involved with and consumed by the impacts of the drought throughout the state. We are looking at rate adjustments that we are going to have to implement to account for some of the drought impacts. And we are definitely in the throes of implementing the state mandated water restrictions. In fact, we're coming to you on Monday night with our compliance proposal. We have many programs around the sustainability front. We have a number of solar programs, and I did mention the local solar program. We are looking at, and we did receive a colleague's memo at the end of last year, we're looking at what we call fuel switching or electrification. That's switching out, in the simplest of terms, gas-fired appliances for electric appliances. We are busy with our smart grid assessments. We are doing the customer connection pilot for a little over 300 customers, which includes some time of use rate piloting. And we're also looking at an IT strategic plan, which encompasses the many changes that are going on in the industry that are leading us toward the smart grid front. A big initiative for us is around workforce development and succession planning. We are just like any other department here in the city where we've gotten really a workforce that has a tremendous amount of knowledge and experience, but is also now fairly eligible to retire, and an industry where there aren't a whole lot of new hires out there for us to bring in. We're a little bit challenged by our current compensation package. We notice our folks tend to go to other agencies. We're a great training ground. They know it. They come and they take our folks. And we've made several attempts to hire in folks from other agencies or private companies, and we haven't been successful. We're working closely with our Development Services Department on permit streamlining, and we do have a very rigorous capital improvement program that we've maintained over many, many years. We are not asking for any additional staffing. We are asking for some reclassifications. It does result in some increased costs. That is the direct result of this changing industry that we're seeing. It is we have to move out of the old paradigm. We have to move into this world where customers really do want to communicate differently. It's not going to be at the counter. More often than not, it's electronically or through other social media interfaces. And we have to move with that, and we have to get the right folks on board who are going to develop the systems and develop the ways that we're managing our programs that are in sync with the changing dynamic. I'm going to go directly into the electric fund. On the operations front, I don't mean to be rushing this. If you want me to slow down, I will. Okay.
Can you speed it up?
Is it really? You want it even faster? I can say. Wait, I got to ask my boss. Okay. So on the electric fund, we've got a number of initiatives for this year. Already mentioned the local solar programs. We are already mentioned the electrification program, and we've got another program that actually has been a great learning experience for us, and has also been a great selling point when we've talked to legislators, which is the demand response program, involving many like 6 or 7 large customers during the summer, and this is really to reduce our electric peak. So we pay customers, a few large customers who have agreed to participate in this, to reduce their demand during high load days, and it's been actually a very successful program. And then you'll see that the budget proposal we've got is one that we already talked about. We aren't asking for extra people. It is going to result in some job reclassifications. For the capital fund, and this one I'm going to just go through a little bit more carefully, where current budget request is for $16.3 million, but $7.5 million of that is from prior years. These are projects we have committed to and are still in the works or we need to complete. With respect to customer connections, and these are installations that we put in for new developments. Customers need all the utilities. We go in there and we install them. We charge the customers. We do get some money back on that, and for the electric fund, out of the $3.8 million we're budgeting, we get about $1.7 million back in fees. And as you know, our system has been around for over 100 years, and we've occasionally go through in our capital improvement program, and we replace part of the system to make sure it's still a very robust system with a lot of integrity. Part of that is what you see in terms of system improvements and undergrounding projects. We have an undergrounding program where we take all of our electric overhead facilities and work with the telecommunications companies to underground the poles and the lines and the other facilities. Those are occurring around the Charleston and El Camino area in the upcoming year, as well as the Middlefield, Webster, Homer, and Addison areas. For the fiber optic fund?
Yeah, if I could interrupt for
Yes.
a moment. I guess we have an option of whether to have a presentation on all 5 funds or to look at each one separately.
I vote to look at each one separately.
I do too.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. So why don't we stop there with the electric fund and spend a couple minutes seeing if we have any detailed comments. Councilmember Filsett, you want to kick off?
Sure. Of course I have to ask this. Revenue's down 5% and salaries up 12.5%. Why is that?
Dave Young, Strategic Business Manager. So the revenues are just realigning for the actuals from the historical years. I think we've been kind of high in the budget. So in the last few years, we have seen a reduction to about 125, 127 million. And also because the city's pretty much built out, we're not expecting any new load or big commercial customers come in, and the temperature here is pretty mild. Expense-wise, on the salary and benefits, I think this year it's more based on actuals, and the electric fund is it's like half the department is an electric fund. Mm-hmm. So I think pension cost has gone about 9%, and medical has gone about 10% this year.
So pension I can see and so forth, but you got salaries going up 12.5%.
So, Councilman Philseth, if
I read that right.
That's okay. So may I just add a little bit what Dave was saying? So this goes back to the discussion we just had at the beginning of this meeting today and explain this HR issue to you. What happens here at the electric fund and utilities across the board in most funds is that we have the adjustment for fiscal 2015 and for 16 in one swoop. The other piece what happened with SEIU is the council approved in March 17, 2014, two items, a salary increase of 2% for the contract year, as well as compensation adjustment based on market. And these are all rolled in between 15 and 16, and that's why I see this huge jump on salaries of 12%.
So that's 2 years, if I understand what you said, that's 2
right.
years.
So you have a compensation adjustment based on market, you have
includes a market rate
2 years of increases, and that's all is coming together. And it's a timing issue, really.
Okay.
Because you have 2 years of increases, that's what you have.
Sorry. We usually have a lot of vacancies in this fund. I think currently we have like 22 vacancies and 13 of them are in the electric fund. So compared to actuals, we'll probably have $1 million savings in salary and benefits at the end of the year. So that's why it seems like there's a spike.
Okay,
But when you true it up at the end of the year.
Okay, so if you don't fill all the vacancies, it doesn't really hit that number, right? But if you do, then it does, right?
It's not for lack of trying that we don't fill all the vacancies, just to be clear.
Yeah, no, I understand. If the answer was, we feel we need to make a big adjustment in compensation because we can't keep people from going to PG&E, then, if that's what it is, then that's what it is, and let's talk about it, right? But okay. The other thing that I noticed that sort of jumped out was, and I don't know if this is the right number or not, but it seems it's different from all the other numbers, which is the healthcare expense is up 30%, right? And it's different from the gas fund and other departments in the city, and I don't know which ones are high and low, but why is that?
So I think I'd want to point to what Dave talked about vacancies here, that the healthcare expenses, what we did in 2015, talking about, again, refining of the budget process, seems to be a theme this year. We budgeted healthcare. If there was a vacant position, we did not budget any healthcare costs in 2015. And when I realized this doesn't make any sense because we're underfunding a departmental budget. So what happens now in 16, we don't know what kind of plan a vacant position will choose. Will it be family, single, or medical? So we budget the highest level, which is family. And then when it comes to the point of people choosing the plan, we adjust the following year.
Okay.
But again, the key thing is we don't want to underfund the department based on those costs.
I understand. Is that the right thing to do, to fund it at sort of the maximum, or is to pick the most likely?
Well, it's a practice that took over from San Jose. It's the right thing or not.
Well, the key thing, Councilmember has said.
Well, we know how this works. San Jose's busy with this stuff, okay.
That any excess funds, and we guard against the departments, not just utility, all of them moving money from salary to non-salary, so that's protected. The city manager approves that. And any monies that are left over, then they go back to reserves at the year end.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me stop for now and see if my colleagues want to say anything.
Councilmember Niss?
I'm going to go down a whole different route. I was trying to think, this is the third year I'll have done the budget, but the second year that I'm getting ready to do it for the following. But Valerie, I can remember from the first time we talked that the issue of hiring was an issue. And so I know each year I've heard you say we're a training ground, we're a place that people like to poach from, not surprisingly. And so, because it's now the third time I've heard it, the question is, what can we do about it? How can we, I don't know whether we would look for people who are still in school, whether we're looking for, the very beginning aspects of this, or where or how we should look. And I don't need you to come up with that tonight necessarily, but when we come back to this at the end, which is, we'll go over a number of these things again, I'd really like to know how can we not be as concerned about it as we have been. And I know a couple of times we've actually been in a crisis where you've said, we don't have enough people to cover this on such and such a shift. Our utilities are incredibly important to us as a city. As you say at the beginning of this, we're the only city that does what we does in the utilities area. That's our stock and trade, and that's also of great value to us in a whole variety of ways. So I'd like at some point to hear, how can you come at this issue of the hiring?
So I know this meeting is going a little bit long, but if I could just take this opportunity to let you know that we actually, in working with both Kathy Shen and City Manager Keene, have managed to stymie some thefts by other agencies, but at some point we did shoot our whole wad, and eventually we did end up losing folks to that agency after they interviewed enough people and we did enough of what we could do to retain them.
Is it the usual suspect?
It's the usual suspect. Actually, they have, I can't even count it on two hands anymore, the number of folks they've taken from us. So that is one thing. We have worked very hard with both the city manager and our chief people officer to work through some of this. One of the things that we've done more recently, which actually seems to be fairly effective, is taken some temporary positions, and to the extent somebody has said, I'm going to be retiring in the next year or two, move that person into a temporary position and brought somebody in to be trained in advance of that person and have that knowledge transfer so that we could have that transition period before the person actually retires, who has all the knowledge and expertise. And so they've been, both the city manager and the Chief People Officer have been very great at supporting, as well as the budget department, I should say, have been great at supporting our efforts on that front. So we've managed to stymie some movements, but not everything.
Still come back to us with perhaps a three-part thrust in some way that says, here is how we're going to deal with this. Here is how we're going to stop the bandit to the south,
You may hold a key. You may hold a key, and it may be part of salaries or benefits. But I'll say this one other thing is, you mentioned hiring people out of college. We have been what we call underfilling a whole lot of positions under the assumption that we will train these people over the next, oftentimes 3 to 5 years. I mean, it takes a long time to bring them to where we really need folks to be. And so we are doing a lot of that as well. We actually have a multi-pronged approach right now where we're more successful on some fronts and less on others.
Do you find you're successful at that, taking somebody?
We have done a lot of it. It does require you have, so the question was, are we successful at underfilling? We have been hiring a lot of people, and it is a slow process because your more experienced folks now have to train as opposed to doing the work. And
Absolutely.
It is successful, but it is a slow process, and once they're trained, sometimes these folks are even more attractive to PG&E or an agency a little south of us.
Are we going to move the Super Bowl in retaliation?
Well,
You'll have to talk to Pat.
I think that is appropriate. I think that the sports analogy is kind of good. We're just a mid-market team, you know what I mean? And we're a little bit like the Oakland A's, and we're scrapping, and not as good as Billy Bean or anything, but almost every year we're remaking the team in a way, and they go off as free agents to the,
Thanks,
the
Valerie.
Yankees.
I just wanted to, bring that to the fore again and remember that we do struggle with trying to keep a full team in place. And I appreciate those efforts, and I'm glad to hear about them at the same time.
Chair Schmidt.
Yeah, just briefly. So when I look at the total budget summary, I just wanted to make sure that I got this. Our net sales are down by $6 million roughly. And that's due to energy efficiency mostly. I assume we haven't lost any big customers or anything, right?
I think we've budgeted in the past.
You've over budgeted, so that's mostly what it was.
Right, correct.
I was really hoping it was energy efficiency.
Some of it is. Some of it is.
And then the numbers don't match, right? I mean, we have total expenditures proposed of 153,296 and total revenues of 127, which are, so I assume that's the reserves we're taking out?
Right.
We haven't had a rate increase since 2009, so we've been drawing down the reserves. And also because of the drought, we have to buy more market purchase energy, so that's about $11 million to it.
I just think that puts it in stark obviousness to people that, while there's no rate increase this year, it looks like there will be one in the future. We know there is. It's been.
Yes, you're saying what I forgot to say. That's absolutely correct. And just to Assistant Director, Administrative Services Director Perez reminded me to tell you all that we are staying within the approved reserves guidelines for our reserves.
And if I may add one more thing, Councilmember Sharf, the third reason is capital budgeting process change, because unused funds will fall to fund balance and get reappropriated next fiscal year.
Okay.
Chair Schmidt, I just wanted to remind the committee that we're asking you to also look at the capital side of the fund.
Yes. Let me raise an issue on the capital side. On slide 20 of your presentation, you pointed out how the capital budget is $16.3 million, of which 7.5, almost half of it, is carried forward. Funds already voted but not spent, carried into the new year. Does that mean that that money is already collected and in our reserve?
Correct. So what this means is that the funds are in the projects right now. We're carrying them. They're not unused. So it's the unused to fall to fund balance, and they'll get reappropriated next fiscal year.
Yeah.
That's
so
correct.
That's not an impact on on revenue raising.
And they have been collected. That's correct.
Let me go back to staffing in a general sense, not the specific needs, but if you look at the 5-10-year staffing of the utilities, electric fund is the example we have, staffing is up by 7 or 8 people over the last 7 years. And strategically, as we look at the future, is there any notion that productivity of staff would increase? That we could look at over the long run, staffing growing slower than revenues or expenditures? Or is this a business where skilled workers are needed and utilized? Are there efficiencies and savings that might come on the staff side?
Well, I'll say this. Again, this year we didn't ask for any new FTEs. So, again, we're going to utilize what we've got. And
I guess I'm looking at the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, so I think we did need those positions, and now we're saying, okay, we don't need any this year. We're utilizing those positions.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the wider future, 2, 3, 5 years down the road.
So one of the things that drives us to some extent are regulations. And certainly we created, reporting to me, a utilities compliance manager necessitated by the regulations of all the utilities except the fiber optic utility. Even that one came into play this year when we had a compliance filing we had to do. But in conjunction with that, to meet the mandates that are propounded upon us by the regulators, we have had to staff, particularly in the operations area, because we're not allowed as many. We're very conscious of the, we'll stick to the electric fund. We're very conscious of, well, actually, I think in the staffing it's spread across, if I'm not mistaken. So, we're having to reduce our gas leaks to the best of our ability and make sure we're properly qualified with all our workers on the waterfront, reduce any water leaks, and certainly this year, we're going to hire some temporary folks to help with enforcement of the latest mandates, and then on the wastewater side, sanitary sewer overflows are a huge
and the
liability.
requirements seem to require people. It's not technology substitute available.
That's correct.
Yeah, like for example, you talk about gas leaks. I guess that comes in the next one. But you have people out walking the streets. Is there a technology that might come along and say, gee, we don't need any people doing that?
Well, I'm thinking to the extent we can have technology help us, we definitely go that route. It's kind of hard to be fixing somebody's gas leak remotely with some robot right now, and so, I mean, we really do, some of it, yeah, I know, and some of it is a customer service matter, and so Dave was reminding me, we hired a couple of what we call troublemen who will respond even late at night when there's customer complaints, and so the sort of stuff we can't just remotely, you can look at the system remotely to some extent, but not adequately to repair something.
Referring back to our earlier discussion on retiree benefits, is we're assuming a very large long-term liability, and the utilities, account for 350 workers, and if that grows at 1% per year.
Yeah, we have 250, but we'll take 350.
Oh, okay.
You just upped their ante quite a bit.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's keep the 250 then. But I'm just wondering if there's, in the long run, in the 5-year horizon, where are there potentials for thinking of ways of addressing the labor intensity?
Yes. I mean, one example is using voice response units to take more customer calls. I mean, that's a two-edged sword. Some people get irritated with it, but we are trying to figure out ways where certainly smart meters, maybe you don't need as many meter readers. These are all definitely on our minds. I would say Tamazen, who is our customer support services assistant director, has been talking to his meter reader, saying at some point, the game's going to be a little bit different, and I'm telling you now. So these things are definitely
I guess we should be
considered.
sensitive to opportunities like that. Yeah.
So the one thing actually that I think we could do as a utilities department, which sort of drives me a little crazy, is, I've signed up to pay my bill online, reoccurring every month. And yet, no, I don't. No, it's stored. Oh, no, you know what? It's not my credit card. I use my bank account. I can store with my bank account. I wish we had the credit card feature, but I'm happy to, because then I could get the miles. But I'm happy to just give my bank account, so it's taken directly out of my bank account. But still, and this is where we could save money, you could email me the statement if you really want to, with all of the inserts and stuff, as opposed to mailing it to me. I get the mail thing all the time. And
I think that's an option. Would you like us to?
Yeah, you can sign online to do that?
My utilities account, you can definitely
okay, so I have to go back, because when I first looked at it, I missed that. I thought you couldn't. And would that also then get the home water usage sent to me, the home...
the one that says how good or bad you are?
Right, the electric one. I mean, all of that, you can get that emailed to you?
That one we'll get back to you. I don't think so, because actually that's not issued by us.
Okay, no, fair enough.
That's issued by Power and Water
Okay,
Supply.
then
The impact online.
Maybe. Then I'll stand corrected, and I will go check and change my preferences online.
Let's see, just a couple other short questions. On the large hydro, we have counted on that to be carbon-free electricity. I note when you look at a 10-year average, it comes out to about 52% of our electric generation. But those numbers vary over that 10 years from 84 to 34. And question is, what is the financial liability we carry in one of those 34 years? How expensive is it to have to substitute renewable energy when there's a dry year?
Actually, Jane Ratchey produces a little report that she shares with the Utilities Advisory Commission every month that shows the additional costs that we incur So in a drought year, like we're having right now, I think we might incur something like $7 million additional. Well, it might be 10 to 12, to buy the brown power and then to make it renewable.
Yeah, she agrees. She shook her head, yes. So the 10 to 12 is the cost.
In a very dry year where we're not getting all the generation, well, we're not getting very much generation.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, in a very wet year, we're flush with generation and
But we don't earn an extra 10 million in a wet year. We just,
you know, I think there's been years where we actually have had, and it's not the hydropower that we're selling, but we have had a surplus because it's been so wet that we've actually made a few $1 million.
yeah. I guess the problem is, though, there's a discontinuity. In dry years, we pay a lot. In wet years, we get a little.
That is a phenomenon, yes. Were you going to make a suggestion? Or did you want us to get rid of it? Yeah.
Well, I think we ought to take into account as we look at our carbon neutral policy that 50% hydro might be, large hydro might be an exaggeration.
Well, that is the average, and you even said that that was the average over a 10-year period.
But not, it is from an energy situation, but not from a financial
So we
perspective.
also, you all adopted a cost impact limit that we would incur to make to carbon neutralize our portfolio, and we've always been within that limit.
Yeah.
I think John Aubenschein, did you want to, sorry, go ahead, sorry.
John Aubenschein, Senior Resource Planner and Rates Manager. Actually, when we do our long-term planning, we can actually see as much money in additional revenue when we have large surpluses as we have to pay extra when we have deficits. One of the things that you see is that there's a practical lower limit to how low hydro can go, but when it starts to rain, you can get a lot more on the high side than you can on the low side sometimes, and that'll drive power prices down a little bit. But you can still see a lot more revenue sometimes on the high side than you can on the low side. So it does come pretty close to averaging out, actually.
And the revenue comes from being able to reduce your purchases of more expensive. Well, we have RPP contracts, so you can't reduce those. And you're not buying brown power, so how do you,
Yeah, I mean, historically, historically there have been market power transactions, but when we have surplus power, we can sell it and we can still keep it.
So you can sell at the market rate of that
yeah,
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just to follow up for John. John, can you bracket the cost per kilowatt hour for the hydro in a wet year? What are we getting the power at, and in drought, what are we getting it at roughly?
I mean, it depends a lot on, okay, so in a wet year versus during a drought.
That's what I said, bracket between the two.
Yeah, it's interesting because most of the costs associated with are fixed.
Right.
So if you're talking about dividing looking at the changing denominator.
It's how much power we get as the denominator.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're
so-
looking at the denominator, the fixed cost divided by the denominator, I mean, it can be anywhere from 30 to 75 or so.
So John, just to kind of get to a price per kilowatt hour basis, I think it can go from 2 cents per kilowatt hour up to 4 or 5 cents a kilowatt hour, depending on if it's wet or dry.
And so it's still cheaper. That's what I was going to just try to make the point. It's still cheaper than solar at 6 or 7 cents a kilowatt hour, right? So it's still worth having the hydro. It's not worth dumping it. It's not worth worrying about it. That was my only point.
Right. And we'll be coming to you with some discussion of some hydro balancing, rate adjustment mechanisms and reserves policies to handle that
would
variability
be
as well.
helpful and interesting.
So.
Last question is on the undergrounding. I had thought a couple years ago we had stopped undergrounding, but it started again last year.
No, we've never stopped it.
Fiscal year 14.
We have never stopped undergrounding. I think what we have certainly told you is that we're, will, in the next few years, come to a point where there are no longer easily identified areas where we could readily get cost sharing from the telecommunications companies.
Yeah, I remember that discussion, but I thought there was some point in there where AT&T had said no. But it seems as though from the projects listed in the current budget, most of the projects are in commercial areas. So what you have is the residents seem to be subsidizing benefits that show up only in commercial
So
areas.
I guess it's better to understand that our regulatory bodies between us and AT&T are very different. So you regulate us, and you set the rules that make sense for our community. AT&T is regulated by the California Public Utilities Commission, and they have real clear rules on where AT&T can clearly achieve cost recovery from AT&T's ratepayers. And under those rules, yes, it is far more likely AT&T would get cost recovery in a commercial area, and rarely do they get cost recovery in a residential area. So that's when they say we're not going to agree to cost share on undergrounding utilities in areas where we can't be guaranteed cost recovery, because that's a hit to their shareholders. And so that's kind of the driver here.
And AT&T is not flexible, or the PUC is not flexible on saying a certain share of that should be in residential communities.
They have the described areas, and if the areas qualify under these descriptions, and I'm going to forget what some of the areas are, but it's really, you know, like an entryway to a city where there's beautification needed or where there's large businesses. The PUC has actually identified pretty clearly what qualifies for cost recovery. I'm not seeing Tom Marshall jump up, so I guess he's not going to contradict me, but that's really what drives AT&T. And no, the PUC isn't that flexible, because every community across the state of California would like to see their whole community undergrounded, and that's just not workable.
Yeah. Okay. I
Even my
guess that's-
neighborhood would like to be underground.
Prop 218 doesn't change that, huh?
No, Prop 18 doesn't apply.
And one more thing to add, 70% of our revenues from electric fund is from commercial and industrial customers.
Of 70%
Right,
of
so the majority.
telephone
Yes.
or electricity, yeah.
Right.
Okay, that makes it easier. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
So the first one is, I noticed that the rent and lease expense up is $1 million, and is that to us? Are we your landlord?
That is correct. It is the utility. We're the landlord in the general fund, and we are very welcome of the contribution from the utility funds.
Okay, the second one, this is really for Alto, but the salary issue with the 2 years in the market, is that going to be true for all the utilities, not just electric, so I don't have to ask it for gas and water?
That is correct,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. And then finally, I wanted to ask, back on the subject of sort of, you know, talent retention and our ability to, you know, keep people that we train a lot, and instead of having them go off to, like, you know, some gargantuan guys or somewhere else, right? Do we have, I mean, compensation's only one piece of these kinds of things, right? But do we have a structural compensation problem whereby, you know, our total compensation may be similar, but ours is back-end loaded with pensions and stuff like that, and they pay more up front, and so people go for that?
I don't know right now for new hires off the street that you would say that there's a backloading of the pension, because
Because of the tier 3 and so forth,
correct,
right?
yeah. But definitely from a salary perspective, particularly hiring in folks who are earlier in their careers, they look hard at that. And if we can't look competitive on that, they go elsewhere.
And do we have a problem such that because ours is skewed more towards the back end and theirs is skewed more the front end, we can't be competitive on salary, and is that one of the contributors?
Yeah, well, I would say, I mean, organizationally, we have that, that problem. And so I think in the general case, that is the case. And as you recall, some of the discussions that we have, unfortunately, we're kind of handcuffed by PERS regulations and having enough flexibility to adjust that. Obviously, there's some key positions in utilities, and a few other places where this problem is exacerbated because of the conditions in the market for those particular jobs, both the number of them in the first place and then the lack of competitiveness.
Okay, thanks.
Motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, move approval and a second. Let me just make one comment. Although it is not easy to carry around, I found that the capital budget descriptions were very, very well laid out, easy, and it's so important for the utilities on the capital side that it was really fun to look through and see. So just wanted to get that note in. All in favor? Aye. Aye. That passes unanimously.
Brings us
To item 6B.
Thank you very much. So for the fiber fund, and this is one of the funds that were a little bit more lightly regulated.
Both on the side.
I think we only need one slide for this fund. It's one of our smaller funds, and our major initiatives for 2016 are rebuilding what's now a 25-year-old dark fiber ring. As we noted before, you typically have to come back and rehabilitate existing facilities, and that's what's happening there to increase the capacity and the life of the system. We are, as you all know, developing a fiber to the premise master plan that will assess our city assets and infrastructure required for a fiber to the premise network, and will include an engineering study that will look at the costs and operating business models. And then we also are working on completing a wireless network plan. We have some contracts really that are pre-2006 where they still receive a CPI rate increase of 2.7. That's by contract. And then for our capital budget, we're planning to spend about $1.8 million in the fiscal year. And again, that's largely to rehabilitate the dark fiber ring. And that's the project. And I believe it returns something like almost a couple million a year into the fiber reserves.
Good. Questions, comments?
I've got one. So.
Yes, please.
So this is one of the areas you recall that I'm fond of. So looking at a variety of things, starting, I'm on page 421, and looking at the top where it indicates the number of connections that are serving individual users, talk a little about the 96 and then the resellers, and I have some more questions about the resellers. The individual users, are those our connections, or are those the wholesale reseller connections? I'm right at the top of the page. It says workload measures.
I think that 96 is a combination of the resellers and the individual customers, but they are all connected to us.
But there's a big difference in what it means to us financially. So I am trying to, if the resellers are buying it from us and reselling it, they're making a profit.
Yes, they are. I think a lot of those resellers have those old contracts that are pre-2006.
That they're still using.
Right.
And still making money on.
Right, and they have the contracts.
Okay, so that one troubled me last year, and it still troubles me. When do those run out?
I think most of those contracts are anywhere from 20 or 30 years. But one thing that the resellers do that we don't do as good of a job is they help us market the fiber optics services. We don't have an active team going out there selling.
No, but that's been one of my complaints. Right. You know, I don't understand why we're not using this much more aggressively. So the 96 that are at the top, The number of connections serving individual users, what does that mean?
So,
We have maybe, what, 2 or 3 individual users that are in the neighborhoods. Are you talking about the downtown businesses?
okay, this is Tom Marshall, Assistant Director of Utilities. So let me speak to a little bit about the customers. So there's customers which are directly buying services from the city, and there's many of those around the city, and I think that's the 70 number or whatever. Those are people who are buying services directly from the city, and they're essentially just leasing a fiber from us.
But they're usually businesses, correct?
That's correct, and there's only a few, like you say, a few individual
I think I
customers,
can count 3 or 4 individuals who are
that's
hooked
correct.
up, right?
Right, but these are talking about the individual, like a company who's leasing a fiber directly from the city, and there's not a reseller in the middle. Typically on the resellers, those are for smaller customers that may not want to lease an entire fiber and pay all the costs of leasing that fiber, so they lease the fiber from a reseller, and they're buying some portion of bandwidth. They're not buying the entire fiber for those links. So it's really a question of economics a lot of times for the smaller sellers. They wouldn't want to lease a full fiber from the city because it's too expensive, so they lease bandwidth from a reseller.
So I understand what we're saying and where we're going. I would like to see us look at this differently. I've suggested it a couple of years, and I just think that, as I said, I think this could be far more, the word is lucrative than it has been. We have an incredible system, and we're not using it. And you know, the guys out there who are very savvy in the community really know that. So coming down, and thank you, appreciate that. And so coming down on the dollars by division and the change for this year in the budget summary, just explain the 58.9, almost 60% difference in the dollars. And so I'm in the middle of the page now, the budget summary under 2016% change.
That's because we actually are ramping up on our capital budget to rehabilitate the existing fiber ring. And so, that was the 1.2 million that we're putting into the capital budget.
Okay, so that's coming out of the fund, right?
Correct. It's coming out of the fund.
So we're rehabbing it in order to what?
Improve the reliability and also increase the capacity.
Is it unreliable now?
There's potential. There's vulnerable spots.
Yeah, it's old, right? It's 25 years old. So at some point, you really do need to go back in there, and you really do need
I think it's 20 years old.
I think some of it was...
Yeah, only because I was around then. I'm beginning to get embarrassed about it.
Really? It says...
Okay. So coming back to the rest of this, and you'll probably hear from some of the audience here, but this is one of the areas that I hear the most about in the community. I imagine that when Eric was just running, he heard, when is the fiber going to be running to the home? There are other cities that are doing it, as you know. I realize it's underway, but I don't think it's any secret that this has frustrated me for a long time. And I wish we could be in a different place, moving faster, and, as I said, have it be more of a money-making utility. So.
Okay, well, it is a money-making utility. I'm not arguing with you. It is.
I wanted to make more.
Okay.
Right. So, because I do think there's great potential here, and I've thought so in the past. So I hope that we will not let this, I realize we've actually got something underway now. We're further along than we have been, but as I recall, during the middle of the last decade, it got really close, and then all of a sudden it got dropped because of the recession. And I think I'm right on that, Jim. And I hope this time we'll actually make it to the top of that goal that we have.
Councilmember Niss made the point. There's a couple people from the public who would like to speak. So let me ask Herb Borak to come and talk, to be followed by Jeff Hoyle.
Thank you, Chair Schmidt. I'm going to speak just on the capital program. To begin with, on the system rebuild, it's unclear. It appears that the text indicates adding additional fiber and rehabilitating some other parts of the system. But sometimes it sounds like what staff is saying is they'd be replacing the fiber that's there. Is that what, the rehabilitation means? For example, if its depreciation schedule is 25 years, does that mean it's time to get rid of it and replace it entirely, or is it just adding fiber? For this amount of money, I would have preferred to have seen in the budget document a map of the city and showing the parts of the fiber backbone that would be rehabilitated. The map that you have is for specific projects. It's not for the rebuild. And indicating, whether it's an increase of number of fibers, say the ones that are 288 to going to some other number, or the segments that are 144 going to 288, to get some sense. In regard to this rebuild, you also have to take into account its interaction with two other projects. One is the fiber to the home. That is, I expect some kind of decision being made this the fiscal year for which this budget is being presented. And it's a question of how to integrate those two, since the same labor would be putting a backbone fiber for fiber to the premises, as well as selling dark fiber. Also, in regard to smart grid, which is an electric fund that you just tentatively approved, in the electric fund, it's talking about replacing labor, but a fiber to the premises system would provide real-time information to customers to change their behaviors in using specific appliances. So they're connected in that way. There's on the map on page 403, it indicates a system improvement in the middle of a residential neighborhood, F4. And since we have probably just a handful of residential customers, I'm wondering why that's a system that appears to be paid for by the dark fiber fund and not reimbursed as a customer connection. It looks like it's running down Coleridge and then turning on Waverly and going past, I guess it would be Lowell, Tennyson, Seal, and Santa Rita, and coming by the Jobs residence. But if it's part, I wasn't aware that's part of, doesn't look part of a fiber ring, and I'm not sure what that's doing there. It seems to be out of place for something that's paid and that is not reimbursed as a customer connection cost.
I think that is.
The
15 seconds.
the lights don't work.
Yeah, wait, I'm using my trusty phone.
Okay. Well, in the final 15 seconds, I would say that I believe when the fiber to the premises issue, both the city's project and the possibility of the Google project come to the council and its committees and boards or commissions, that you be more engaged at the policy level. As it seemed, at least the previous councils have been more interested in delegating to staff on how to approach the problem, and rather than coming from the council. And I would hope that the comments that I've heard from Councilmember Niss and others from time to time would bring a majority of the council willing to take the lead on this. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Jeff Hoyle.
So I agree with many of the things that Herb said. I only found out about this refurbishing of the dark fiber network yesterday, so I'm not really prepared to speak about it very much. But it really surprises me that we contemplate spending $4.9 million plus $1 million over 5 years on refurbishing a network where we haven't seen more than a single paragraph about what the work's going to entail. That surprises the heck out of me. In 2011, in June, UAC saw a report from staff about how to improve the dark fiber network, which I thought was terribly flawed, and I sent council a long message about it then. And you can go back and read it and see if you agree with me. I hope this particular refurbishment isn't going to be essentially that. So I would like to see a report that says, well, for each segment of the dark fiber net, how many fibers are already used up, how many are left to go, just as a bare minimum, so that we have any idea whatsoever whether increased capacity is the right idea. As far as I know, there's been no attempt to coordinate this refurbishment with the fiber to the premises stuff. And ideally, you'd think there should be. I would urge you not to just go ahead and say, sure, no problem, go for it, but rather to say something like, we're not going to approve it unless we see a document first. Thanks very much.
Good, thank you for coming. Councilmember Scharf, or?
I'll just move approval.
Any
Yeah,
comments?
I'm uncomfortable doing that. I am uncomfortable not knowing exactly what and how we're going to rebuild the city's dark fiber ring. And I'd like us to have more information on that before I can support it.
Yeah, I guess I do have a base question on the map that was included in the capital budget, where we are increasing spending and spending on those routes. And those routes are clearly focused on business, Stanford, with one residential street. And it appears that the fiber to the premise is open for Google to step in and take. And, you know, that's not appropriate to ask in the budget, but there are some issues that appear to be hidden in the budget. So if you could give some clarification as to.
So I don't have that map right in front of me, but you have to remember the fiber system is a series of rings that run around the city. Those rings have to pass through parts of town that may be residential to get back to, say, the fiber internet center, which is downtown. So there has to be pathways to get back. A lot of those pathways will pass through residential neighborhoods. The purpose of them isn't to provide service in those particular neighborhoods, it's to get the traffic back to these main centers where we need to get the fiber back.
No.
As far as, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess my base question, though, is it appears that the refurbishment, the upgrading is taking place in the business districts, while the entire residential section of town is.
That's correct, but the places where we're having issues on, you know, fibers being used up or having to reallocate fibers in those areas are in the business areas, because that's where the connections have been made. So there needs to be improvements in those areas. And the other things that we're seeing that you don't know, on an operating side, we have areas of town where we have had the fiber, the squirrels in town tend to use it for chewing material. And so there's a number of places where we have to go in and replace sections of that fiber that have been eaten by the squirrels, and we have to put additional protection. There's areas where we're out of fiber capacity in a few spots in town, and those places will be installing additional fibers to correct those. These are just to deal with the issues we have with the backbone and the rings that we have in the city. They're not to deal directly with fiber to the home, which is a whole separate set of engineering issues that come about when we do fiber to the home. There's massive amounts of more fiber that will have to go out there to cover fiber to the home. And certainly as we move forward, as we get better plan on the fiber, we'll be looking at those areas as we do improvements to try to make sure that we provide capacities in areas where they make sense as we move along.
Yeah, it would be good to have a base map of where the fiber ring is. And all we're seeing is
yeah, I guess we can provide that. I think it's on it is on our website, but we can provide a base map.
Maybe by the next meeting, is that good? But let me add to that. So I think we have to understand that makes total sense. I would be really concerned if they were extending the fiber ring all throughout the residential neighborhoods. We have no residential customers at all. We don't have fiber to the premises. And what we need to do is we need to keep the fiber ring, which basically serves businesses. That's who the customers are. That's who we have to provide services to. That's how we make the money. And then we have to decide how we're going to extend that to the fiber to the premises, and that's what we're thinking about. But in the meantime, we have to protect the core business and upgrade and invest in it. It is making all this money. It would be inappropriate not to invest and keep the core group
I'm
up.
surprisingly clear on that.
Okay.
But I'm not clear on the amount that's going into the refurbishing. Is that the 1.8, the 1.2? What is the amount?
Do you have I don't have the budget right here in front of me.
Well, there are two amounts up here. It says the capital for fiscal year 2016, and then you have the system rebuild. And I'm going to presume this is the system rebuild at 1.2?
So I'm guessing the 1.8 million includes the customer connections in there also?
So if I may ask the council member, the page 415 in the capital budget document describes a project fiber optic system rebuild, and the funding level requested for fiscal 2016 is 1.15 million. So page 415 in the capital budget document.
415, and where are you on it?
In the capital budget.
Oh, you're on capital.
Capital
Just
budget.
tell me what it says, or I've got to
Okay,
pick
that's
up my
okay.
capital
So the
book and
amount
look.
for fiscal 2016 is 1.15 million.
Okay, so it's around 1.2. I would like to put that in the parking lot until I know some more.
But what do you need to know more?
I
mean, what should they bring us?
It's
What
20
information?
years old. Why hadn't it worn out? 15? Why?
I guess
Who's
it's
been underneath looking at it?
1.15, but what the capital budget says is this is a 4-year program totaling $5 million.
That's correct.
So it is a major expenditure pattern which has strategic implications. And we have not heard a word at the council level of, the Google program and what they are anticipating. So the question is how a business-oriented fiber ring for Palo Alto fits in with fiber to the premise in the city.
This is too much a dark horse for me for the dark fiber at the moment. And I want to put this to the side until we know more about it. I'd like to see a report that says this has been nibbled by the squirrels and where.
Yeah, more than likely we'll bring this back to you because anything over 250,000 will require council approval. So,
With more description anyway.
with the scope of the project.
So you'll get us more information on this.
Right when we have it planned out.
I think people might be surprised who are using that ring to discover that it's been nibbled on by squirrels.
Sometimes they know.
Do they call and say we're having poor service?
Yeah, they might get an outage.
But it's funny, the squirrels don't seem to appear in any
Boy,
of the
they don't.
residential
They don't.
neighborhoods.
Well, if it was an electric line that they chew through, which they also do, we usually find the squirrel.
Yes.
They don't do
The
it
fiber, you
twice.
might not find the squirrel.
Right. Yes, so the fiber ring is quite different.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, which is to approve the budget. We have Councilmember Niss. Do you have an alternative?
Yes, my alternative is to park whatever amount it is here that's going to go next year for the beginning of the rebuild of the dark fiber, and I can't figure out exactly what that amount is.
1.15.
If it's 1.15, then, which is what you're looking at, looks like it's 1.2 on this one, then I would like to put that in the parking lot until we have more information on, thanks, until we have more information on, more on exactly what's happening with our fiber at this
I will
point.
support that.
At what point in time do we think we're going to have that? Is that going to be longer than?
All we're doing is putting it in the parking lot.
Putting it in the parking lot, and hopefully within
10
the
days.
next 3 to 4 weeks, we'll get.
No, it's next 1 to 2 days.
10 days.
Or it's whenever we're doing the
Yes.
The 19th.
You're going to have it done by 10 days from now?
The 19th
Well, then
19th.
is
we'll
our,
go do a squirrel search.
our option.
But I think you need to give direction to them of what
Greg,
information you want.
it doesn't come to the whole board until June.
Yeah, but that's
doesn't.
not how the parking lot works.
Well,
We recommend
Yeah.
we recommend it in or we recommend it out
Yeah,
to council.
just a clarification. All we're voting on is the parking lot, that it comes back to us on May 19th. And we have to make a decision at that point.
yeah.
So if there is some interim information that could be provided,
And
that
I'm
would
not
be
here on
helpful.
May 19th either, so.
But that's what I was asking, is what information would you like to see? Because that way they know what to get you. So, I mean, Councilmember Schmidt said he wanted a map of the entire fiber ring, and then we can see where the rebuild is, which, that's that other piece of paper they gave us.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear what information you wanted.
And I said, I want to see some documentation of how much difficulty we're having with the fiber ring.
So, I mean, I don't disagree, but,
Yeah,
you know, there's a lot of these things that come up. I mean,
I'm just
we're
suggesting the
rebuilding.
parking lot, we'll go
But
have a
wait,
conversation.
But wait, we're rebuilding, what, 12 gas mains, or, I don't know, some huge number of gas mains. We're rebuilding some substations. We're rebuilding all this stuff in the electric and gas utilities. And, you know, when our utilities department says that, hey, it's an infrastructure issue, it's not a political issue. It's, you know, the fiber, we're having system issues on the fiber, or we're having issues on the gas, and they say it's time to rebuild it. I mean, we tend to go, okay.
Yeah, I will support.
Fiber in our community is political.
I will support Councilmember Niss's point to put that in the parking lot, and it will come back on the 19th.
Thank you. May I just use this as an opportunity to sort of suggest an alternative approach also going forward, which is, I'm not saying that that's the case here, but some of the things I think the council will ask about are really kind of informational or wanting better understanding about what we're doing, a policy or whatever, that may or may not need to get hung up in your actual budget decision, but could be in addition to information we could either provide as part of the budget process. You know, sometimes we'll actually formally write questions. We'll go ahead and we'll send you a report during the process just quickly about what we're doing that you could take a look at. And then even if you put something in the parking lot, you know, that doesn't predict what its outcome will be at finance or when it goes to the council, but the issue or the question can still be out there lingering. Do you know what I mean? And so there may be a desire, even if something's in the budget, and we're ultimately going to need to bring a contract back to the council, that you still may want a more definitive answer about this to inform
Yes,
things.
and that could be the result.
Okay.
It's just a request. Okay, so we have that in the parking lot. The rest of the fiber optic fund, all in favor?
Fine.
And that passes. So that brings us to item 6C, the gas fund.
I have to warn you guys, I feel like I'm exhausted. I'm only 2/5 done here, but I'll try to keep
So
going.
I have a suggestion. When we ask questions, I mean, I've noticed that staff talks for 5 to 6 minutes sometimes.
Oh, it's
in their
us.
responses.
You just want a yes or no?
It actually is a little
Okay.
bit. I mean, maybe we could, you know.
We'll try our best. With the gas fund, on the operating side, we have a number of initiatives. We are looking at fuel switching. I mentioned that earlier. We are continuing to promote our Palo Alto Green gas, which is a voluntary program to carbon neutralize our gas, which is, by the way, probably the second largest emitter now for the community, the largest being the transportation sector. And we are also working on our master plan for infrastructure replacement. We continue to work on our cross-bore inspection program. That has been a little bit of a difficult program for us, partly because we aren't always able to get the cameras fully through the sewer laterals, and we've run into field conditions. But we are very committed to looking at that on an ongoing basis. That $1 million is, I'd call it a placeholder in a sense for us as we're performing a lot more analysis on the risks involved with the remaining sewer laterals to be videoed. By the way, we found out of probably at least 11,000 sewer laterals that we reviewed, 26 crossbores.
I'll move approval.
And that includes the capital.
Yeah.
I'll make gas short.
Any questions on gas? Let me just check mine. Yes.
I have to ask this. Gas salaries up 6% versus electricity salaries up 12%. Why are they different?
So it could be a composition or a difference between the types of employees we have, vacancies in that fund, so what you have, and also the employees which received a higher adjustment for the market study. So this is by classification, so it's really, that could be the difference for that.
Okay.
To give you a more definitive answer, I would have to ask my staff to analyze it.
Okay. And the other question is, we're anticipating sort of gas rate increases, significant gas rate increases for the next several years.
Well, zero this year.
Zero this year, but after that, the next few years. Do we anticipate, so gas revenues are down a little bit this year, right? Do we anticipate that as the rates go up, total revenues are going to continue to go down? Is that a good assumption?
I'm going to ask John Abenschein if he's still here.
Most of the decrease we're seeing in gas revenues this year are weather-related. So we expect as revenues go up, as rates go up, revenues will go up.
Okay.
So we have a 7% next year, and then I believe it's 3 to 4% in subsequent years.
Got it, the mild winter this year. Right. Okay, thanks.
Okay, are there any further questions? I guess we have a motion and a second to approve the fund. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously and moves us on to 6D, wastewater.
So probably the only thing I'll say about this fund, and then I'll just open it up for questions, is that we are proposing a 9% rate increase.
Good. Any questions, colleagues, if you need a moment? Go back to your
I'll move approval. We need to catch up. I mean, wastewater's not that interesting. But if you have questions, ask.
Because we're coming to the water fund, and that is fun.
Let's see, I had one quick question on wastewater. There is a substantial amount of capital spending taking place on refurbishing, rebuilding, fixing. And question is
The squirrels.
how you identify the sites that need major refurbishing. You have, I think you report something like 100 leaks a year. Is it from that pushes the criteria for the major capital spending?
So Tom Marshall, Assistant Director of Utilities. So we have videotapes of all the sewers, and they've all been graded by condition. We've done a condition assessment, and we pick our capital projects based on the condition assessments that we have for the sewer.
So it's from the video that you do. Does that coincide with where problems arise? I mean, I assume you have 100 incidents where something happens.
So the variety of reasons for incidents that happen. One of them could be root intrusion. One could be grease from restaurants. So the spills don't necessarily always line up with the condition assessment of the pipe. In some cases they do, and in those cases we'll be replacing the pipe.
Yeah, so if a root intrudes, that's a unique situation and might not call for the change of a main, but rather just a connection.
Right, or we'll clear the roots out of the line. We'll cut them out, and that's one of the things we do in our maintenance is cut the roots out of the sewer, and we do treat the sewer lines also to try to prevent roots from encroaching into the sewer. But if it's in really poor condition and parts of the pipe are falling in and the roots are intruding, then that will be on the main replacement program.
Yeah, and the major capital expenditure where you dig up the main and replace it are done through the video scoping.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it identifies. We don't actually dig it up. We actually do something called pipe bursting, where we just burst the pipe in place. But, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, any further questions on the wastewater? If not, did you make a motion? There's a motion on the table. All in favor? Aye. And that passes.
Wow, we're almost at the bottom of the page.
Brings us to water fund.
So on the water fund, again, we'll jump to questions, but I will point out that we are proposing a 12% rate increase.
Questions or comments?
That's a maximum rate increase we would do under current proposal.
Just a couple of things. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on it, but
Yeah, go ahead.
so probably we'll get through this pretty fast tonight. I do want to call out your accomplishments because they've been incredible. But I mean, we're facing a year like none we've seen. This is, when I turn on NPR in the morning, it's probably about water. And the question is, how do we get through this? What will the long-term solution be? Brown has put in some very strict measures already. I'm sure you all heard this morning, I've forgotten what city it was, that has run out of water and they're using bottled water. Scary. So I don't think we need to concentrate on this tonight, but I do think that we'll be discussing this a lot in our regular council meetings, and how do we deal with this? So I know my husband spent yesterday with the fake turf people. I don't think that's the right word. I think it's artificial turf. And we were stunned at what it actually costs to put down artificial turf. So I don't think there are going to be easy answers to trying to cut back on your water use, other than letting the lawn die. So I would move approval of this because I don't think there's a whole lot that we can talk about as far as what we're going to do long term. I think it's going to reveal itself month by month.
Second.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
And that passes unanimously.
Well, congratulations.
Didn't that go fast
It
once
wasn't
you
as
said
bad.
something? Once you said something, Valerie, it just flew. Right.
What'd she say?
I remind her not to talk a lot.
Always chivalrous.
Okay, brings us to item 7 on the agenda, public safety.
Is that the one?
So before Chief Nichols starts, I do want to just let you know, we asked the fire chief and police chief and OS director only focusing on the changes in the budget versus shortening the presentation so you can get to your questions right away.
So, can I just have one base question? Jim, this is to you. I thought that we no longer had a director of public safety, that we had a police chief and a fire chief, because that's not what the budget documents say. It says that we have a director of public safety, and you're the assistant director of public safety. And I just wanted to be assured that you were not the assistant director of public safety, that you were the fire chief.
It says that in the text?
It says that in the organizational chart.
In the org chart.
It has a public safety on page 309.
It was misleading, yeah.
So if I may add to this, reorganizing the
Nice
budget
play,
document.
Dennis.
I beg your pardon?
You felt it demoted Dennis?
No, I felt it elevated Dennis.
Okay.
Made him.
So reorganizing the budget document was a little too late in the game, so we couldn't do this anymore, but definitely for 17, we have the right fire chief and police chief.
What page are we on now?
Well, just so we're clear, we're evaluating him and paying him based on being fire chief, and the same thing with the police chief. So if we didn't have a audit recommendation or whatever it was from the past that had us have this ridiculous organization of table of org process, we could administratively make a change really easily. So we'll try to do it faster. Thanks.
Good evening, Eric Nickel, Fire Chief. I will keep my comments quite short. The significant budget proposals that Fire is seeking this year, we are splitting, although based upon the conversation we just had, we are in fact proposing sharing a senior technologist to handle the technology products that work across both platforms, primarily the CAD system and then the mobile connectivity system. We continue one of our strategic initiatives of community risk reduction and public education. So we are proposing, asking to continue that part-time funding that we started last budget year. We are also in collaboration with all of our county fire agency partners, talking about a myriad of regional efficiency approaches. So a lot of those approaches require outside consultants to do studies. One of the biggest studies that we are just starting out with right now is a regional fire and emergency medical services communication dispatch center that would regionalize the cities of San Jose, Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Santa Clara County Fire Department. And the level of collaboration that is going on with these groups right now, and not just the literal but figurative boundaries that have dropped between the chiefs and some of the officials above them, is quite impressive. We have made great gains in the last 2 years in collaboration. And then the other study that we're embarking down that you've heard me talk about before is becoming an internationally accredited department. There's about 33,000 fire departments in the United States and Canada. There's about 225 that have gone through an international accreditation. That is outside validation, much like a college, a school, a university, a hospital, a laboratory clinic, where an outside agency or entity would come in and evaluate everything that we do in about 275 different performance areas and determine, are we at the best practice? And if we are not, what is the best way to get there? And then the last thing that we're proposing next year is to upgrade some of the fire station furniture and fixtures. We recently did a study with my team back here. 70% of the furniture, including bedding in the fire stations, is over 20 years old. The beds are quite in a state of disrepair. So we're proposing $50,000 to start down the process, a multi-year process of refurbishing all the fire stations with newer furniture, newer bedding, newer fixtures. We've accomplished quite a bit in the last year. When I came in front of you last year to talk about, the ongoing performance measurement and reporting, we've done those things, and we will continue to do that with your quarterly reports. And the last thing that I will close on my comments, one of the biggest themes this year, we're giving $400,000 back to the general fund. We're running quite a lean and efficient operation, and we seek every opportunity to squeeze additional efficiencies out of the system. Those are my statements, and I'm prepared for your questions.
Good, thank you. Questions, comments?
400,000 really quiets us down.
Councilmember Shar.
So congratulations on giving us back to 400,000. Appreciate that. So first thing, on a positive note, Annette Glankoff came to council and was suggesting, what were the devices called again, so I get it right?
The AEDs?
The AEDs. Would that go in your budget if we wanted to add those in? Or where does that go in the budget?
Well, I believe so when the first set of AEDs, it actually came out of council's discretionary fund, which I think was a great leadership approach moving forward. We haven't had any dialogue where the future AEDs come out of. What the fire department did take on and out of our budget is all of the training citywide and community-wide, as well as all the ongoing maintenance of the defibrillator. So we've built approximately, I want to say it's $15,000 into our annual budget that we absorb for the ongoing maintenance and upkeep. But we haven't had any dialogue about who would go out and acquire additional defibrillators.
Okay, so let me then back up. So do you agree we need additional defibrillators?
I do agree.
Let's say we wanted to fund the additional defibrillators we needed. I don't really care if we take it out of the council contingency or if we take it out of the fire department, but I do a little bit in that. What's the negative to adding money into the fire department budget and having the fire department buy it? Isn't that the appropriate thing? I mean, I don't really care. I'm looking for
So if
where
I
it
may
should go.
make a few suggestions, if it's located in a public facility such as this city hall, or if it is at the Lucy Stern, this would be handled by facilities. Okay. So probably would add it into the public works facility department. Since
So when do we get to that?
That is public works is next week.
It's next week, okay.
Yeah. Now, if you want to add something to a fire station, even there, we could probably put in public facilities since to maintain the fire station.
So I'm interested in making sure that we add the defibrillators in, and I guess what I'd like staff to do is to come back to us with how many defibrillators, what they cost, what they should be, and how we go about getting it into the budget. I don't want to just make it up on the fly.
So we heard your question in April, you asked that, and so we asked fire and police to give us the response for that. So we have 12 AEDs in police cars, which are roving.
Okay.
And we have 48 AEDs in city facilities and parks. Okay. And then we have 18 AEDs with the fire department in the ambulances as well as the apparatuses.
Okay.
So a total of 18, 20, 30, there would be 78.
So where do we need more?
78 total.
That's what we currently have?
What we currently have, correct.
So how many more do we need, and where should they be? Or I guess that kind of stuff.
I think what we can do for you is look at with Public Works, where in Public Works facilities they're located, unless you know.
I was just going to add in that we would love to put one in every police car, so if you're buying, we'll take them.
So, I mean, I'm open to that. I mean, if it's going to save lives, I mean, I'm getting to that age now where, you know, I just got to make sure there's one close by, especially with a stressful job as city council.
Can I be the one to do the clear thing?
I'm sure you'd enjoy that.
Councilmember Sharf, I recall a conversation that I had with Annette and Stephanie Martinson from Racing Hearts, and they've done a great deal of that work. I just need to go find that document and get that refreshed, which I'm sure Annette is watching this right now and will probably email me before I clear the dais here.
And obviously, I mean, you know, coordinate with the police department about the police cars and that kind of stuff.
Well, that's a great thing about this program. I mean, you talk about dropping borders between different departments. This truly was a city-wide effort. There were probably a dozen different departments that had fingers on this.
All right, so now that I've gone through the nice thing, I have to ask the negative. So my understanding of how we're thinking about our technology is that it's really all with our IT department. And I guess I'm not convinced why we should have a separate person who's split between the police and the fire, and why that should be siloed there as opposed to basically under Jonathan. And I mean, I'm happy to hear why, and I guess I'd like the city manager to address it after you address it. And I guess this is a police and fire issue, so I'd also like to hear from the police department if they want to, even though we're not really doing police, because it's the same issue.
Do you want me to start?
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, Mr. Chairman, if it wouldn't be a little more efficient to make an exception here and let OES, Ken Duker, and Chief Burns speak to it, since it's a proposal that affects each one of them, the particular question. And it's on the agenda anyway, so.
You thought about coordination?
Well, the concept is coordination. We'll see how we do up here, okay? Thanks.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get it started off and keep my comments quite short while the OES director gets down here. There are some unique needs of public safety technology. Being a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week, 365-day operation, where we have some mission-critical equipment that are kept in the paramedic units. So, for example, we have a certain type of heart attack that occurs that our 12-lead monitor can read in the house, relay that via modem through the paramedic unit in a secure fashion, because this is protected healthcare information, to the hospital, where the cardiac catheterization team is notified before we ever even get to the hospital that we're bringing in this certain type of heart attack patient, and get that person bypass the emergency room to the lab. There's lots of little technology pieces that don't always work. And if that goes down at 9:30 on a Friday night, I can't get into the help desk system and wait till Monday to get that fixed. So what we are proposing with all the different technology platforms across the 3 public safety entities is that there is a technologist that is focused solely on the needs, the unique needs of public safety. Where it houses, whose department it houses in, from my perspective, I don't really care. I need somebody there to service our needs on a much more frequent basis.
Great. Good evening. Good to see you again. Director Duker with the Office of Emergency Services. To echo what Chief Nickel just said, he was focused on the timeliness and the after-hours aspect. I'll bring up another element that's, I think, mitigates in favor strongly of having an IT specialist that is actually dedicated to public safety. And that is that we have unique systems that require unique training and different skill sets than we typically find in city IT. We also are doing more things regionally now. For example, you're all aware of our Tri-Cities computer-aided dispatch system. We work equally with, of course, Stanford, whom we've served for years, but also the cities of Los Altos and Mountain View, and there are other extensions of that for the Emergency Operations Center component that will continue through cities of Sunnyvale and Santa Clara eventually. It's frankly an esoteric bit of technology that's going on. It's something that we need to have accountability for, not only just because of the late hours, but because of the complexity and the regional implications. So I think that's, from my perspective, why we feel that this should be under public safety, and I'll be happy to have Chief Burns or others come up and add their opinion as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dennis Burns from the Police Department. This position is one we've been seeking for the last 3.5 years, and very much for the same reasons. Public safety's got different needs, and we are competing against the other 16 departments within the city to get these very valuable IT resources for, again, public safety response and so forth. So we need somebody who can plan, manage, project manage, implement, and maintain these various systems. And in the years, just in the last 5 years, the amount of technology that are in fire engines, police cars, motorcycles has exploded. Ambulances has truly exploded. And our ability to keep up with this, we don't have it, quite frankly, in-house. And I think we've done a really good job trying to make ends meet with our existing personnel and with IT, but we would hope that this person, if this position was funded, that would work closely with IT, and we'd have just a better outcomes. I'm sorry, if you have any questions, I can answer those.
Good. Any follow-up?
No, I'm going to hear from everyone else.
Good with that. No, good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah.
Charges for other services, about $11 million. Is that all the Stanford contract? Is there anything else in there?
I'm not there with you in a second.
Sorry.
There it is.
Page
So
319.
it's $11 million. So Stanford would be 7.5.
Oh, okay. What's the rest?
And then you have ambulance. Thank you, Christine. It's a big portion. I think $3.2 million, and there's probably smaller items in there.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I would, could I just
Yeah,
go back
Councilmember
to Councilmember Sharf's comments on the defibrillators? In addition to those 78 that we have, do we have any idea how many others are throughout the city and other locations?
Yes, that's a great question, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to get up on my soapbox and talk about the Pulse Point app. So it's really the fire department's open, government app. So if you download Pulse Point, not only does it tell you where we are currently running calls for service, if there is a cardiac or respiratory arrest nearby, and you have that app, it will alert you that CPR and AEDs are needed. They have a new feature on there that was actually started homegrown here by Stephanie Martinson, again from Racing Hearts, where all the AEDs are latitude and longitude with a photograph taken, a geotagged photograph here in the community. So right now in the community, we probably have 400 to 500 defibrillators that are logged into the Pulse Point system.
That's amazing.
Yeah, with Latin long, so it is pretty impressive.
That is, and I know Stephanie has done an incredible job, and Annette has pushed it as well.
Absolutely, we have some great community advocates.
Yeah, no, but the same is the same issue that Greg just brought up. I would also underscore whatever we can do. I realize we can't, wholesale the defibrillators, but as many as we feel we can support as a city, that would be really important. They really, they work.
Absolutely. One of the other things that we've talked about doing, and we expect to bring back to the council when we revise the fire code, is as new businesses start, that will be one of the requirements under the city code. I mean, defibrillators are really, $1,000 or less. So that would be, a condition that we would be asking the council to add on any new businesses that would start, is to add a publicly accessible defibrillator somewhere in the lobby.
And that's an idea, again, I really support it, but I also know they have to be serviced. So somebody who buys one and just hangs it up and thinks there it is ready to be used, you really, I don't know how often it needs to be serviced, but I know that it needs to be serviced.
Let's see.
That's it.
Couple comments and a question. I notice over the last 3 years, overtime has fallen dramatically in the fire department, and that's a very, very positive step. I notice also over the last 7 years, staffing in the fire department has gone down by 20 people, quite dramatic change. So, more efficient, effective service is a great outcome. One question, I guess we're talking about technology and the communication side of the technology. It is noticeable that on emergency response, the fire department sets a goal of 8 minutes and the police department of 5 minutes. Now I know responding to fires with the fire apparatus is a much more complex need. But you have made the point that emergency medical response are probably 90%, and that you're looking to hire people who have emergency med certification and are not necessarily sworn fire officers. Question is, with the newer technologies, is there a way of deploying those resources more effectively around town at the right times and the right places? I know in the recent fire study, it was clear that your calls come in bunches at certain times and certain places. So the question is, could the emergency medical response time be pushed down to the police response time?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and two things that we're currently doing. We're doing a community risk analysis to identify the risks that we face in the community. It is one of the required documents to become accredited, but more importantly, our staff, particularly behind me, we just finished 4 days of very intensive training with a very advanced business intelligence and computer modeling program that allows us to input our units, the rules on how we use those units, and it takes all of our historical data for calls for service, tells us where the calls would be. It allows us to move units around town and what does it do to the response times. So it's a program that I've been looking for years, and it's finally out there. It's still a little rough. We're one of the first customers, but this is on the cutting edge that will allow us not to just make these gut decisions like, I think I need to put an ambulance down at University Avenue at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but will tell me to the moment, how much time it's going to reduce on our calls for service. So we are moving aggressively down that path to do
that's
that.
a great way of utilizing the new technologies.
Absolutely.
And it's one reason I would support your request to have the technologists there. But to have a more efficient, a leaner department responding quicker is a good target to have.
Yes.
Thank you. I guess we're looking for a motion.
Are you looking just?
Before we, I don't think at this point, in response to Councilmember Scharf's point related to the technologist, I'd get into it. The other night, my recollection was There's a sense with the council that the new position ads we were having, you were looking at putting these in the parking lot so we could look at them in total as we got to the end of the budget in a sense, and I think that that could be appropriate. We didn't get into some discussion. We talked about the need. I think I'd like to be able to have a little more time to say, is that something that should be placed in IT but dedicated to public safety versus taken out, put directly into public safety? And
So
there's
you would
pros and
prefer
cons of both of those.
in the parking lot
Yeah,
so we
that's
can
correct
address
on that particular one, yes.
Okay, well,
So it stays alive.
Can I just have a follow-up? I mean, it's not required, but if we're going to have this discussion then, when we talk about the parking lot, would it be helpful to have Jonathan here for us a little bit? I thought it might be for me, but I didn't want to be
we can do that, yeah. And I think we can be in a position we'll have a more focused discussion around those positions, where right now we've got a bunch of other things in the departmental issues and stuff we can talk about, which is, not only where we are now, but where are we going, for example, on technology in the future, in public safety and some other areas.
Yeah, but I guess I would be in favor of making sure that the dedication is there, that we're hiring someone who can solve the unique issues of public safety.
Right. I'm just saying there's arguments to be made for, is it taken moved out of IT and put in a public safety, or is it a dedicated public safety person who's still within IT? And there are advantages both ways, because we're talking about supplementing existing IT staff that serves public safety. In the case of public safety, we have other staff who serve their systems. This is not designed to take over all of the public safety IT functions. So we're still going to have that role. So I think this is something on the management side we'd be in a position by the time we get the wrap up to build that into your report.
Yeah, I'd certainly support that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want a motion to that effect?
Yeah.
Just the parking lot.
I would move 7A and place the IT issue. Is that sufficient enough?
The position related to the public safety technologist, senior technologist.
Forgot to turn my mic on. Could you hear me?
Yes.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Item 7B, Office of Emergency Services.
So we're done with fire for now, right?
Yes.
No, yes, okay.
Right.
Ken, all yours.
Hi, good evening again. The city manager has confirmed my suspicion that you would like to move expeditiously through my presentation. I will, however, hit a few highlights since we have the opportunity of this forum, not in a self-aggrandizing way, but just to bring you up to a date on the evolution of the Office of Emergency Services that, as most of you know, is a relatively new entity in its current structure, having been restructured at the direction of the city manager in very much late December of 2011. So we're a relatively new department, and we've been a busy little department. As you know, we really have three elements that concern us in the Office of Emergency Services, and a big point is, although we're part of public safety, we serve the city manager and his mandate under the municipal code as the director of emergency services statutorily. And not only that, we work deliberately with all other city departments and with all members of the community, be they faith-based organizations or medical or schools and beyond that. And we're pretty proud of the increase in our volume of community education programs in particular. If you look at page 327 of the draft budget, you'll see that in the past fiscal year, we conducted over 80 community public safety education presentations, including a pretty wide number of drills and exercises, in many cases requested by schools or by Stanford Hospital or by the shopping center, ranging from earthquake scenarios to flood scenarios to crime type scenarios. We've been highly responsive to our community and to our staff in trying to make sure that we really do prepare the city for all hazards, be they natural disasters, technological, or human caused. We're doing that, by the way, with only 3.48 FTEs. So in the spirit of efficiency, capital and human, we're here to serve. That concludes my formal remarks.
Good, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Shar.
So you're asking to do a safe schools mapping project?
Yes, that's our only request. You'll note that it's an $80,000 request, but I don't believe it's noted in here yet. Thanks to some diplomatic overtures by City Manager Keene, the school district will be paying for half of that. So it's a $40,000 hit to the city general fund, $40,000 paid for by the school district.
Oh, that's great work.
Diplomacy.
Yeah, great diplomacy. I'm surprised. So, are we gonna?
Shouldn't be
Well,
surprised.
wait.
No, not
Not surprised that I did great diplomacy.
No, not on the diplomacy. That came out wrong. No, surprised the school district just stepped up and,
What kind of a comment was that? No, I was just kidding. I am trying to be diplomatic.
Congratulations, City Manager Keene, for
It was
fine work
very
done.
easy. The school superintendent was already there. Thank you.
So I was a little confused by some of the stuff you said here. So I was unclear if we're going to map the schools or if we're going to go out and map other critical infrastructure, or is this just the schools right
So
now?
in this line item, it's an early phase, and this will be focused on just the schools.
Okay.
Later phases will include private schools, other critical infrastructure. We should point out that things such as, entities such as the hospitals have a fair bit of this done. If it's a sophisticated operation such as the Stanford Medical Center, they have much of the data, the floor plans, the blueprints, the CAD drawings, if you will, all that put together.
And so the purpose of this is what?
The end goal will be an interactive online system so that any first responder, whether it's from the city of Palo Alto or a mutual aid unit coming from another city not familiar with our schools, were they to be called to a school or later another critical facility, would be in their vehicle to be able to pull up an interactive map that is continually updated as opposed to what we have now, which is a hodgepodge of paper maps and obsolete drawings and caricatures that are
So
less
if we're going to have this system, and I forget, it was Chief Nichols, I think, who suggested that we put in AEDs in new buildings. So, I mean, a lot of the critical infrastructure in some ways is also these office buildings we have, like in the research park and that. So, and they obviously have plans and do all the mapping themselves. Right. To start with, can we just upload all that information into this system at some point? Because we have it, do we have it electronically, do you know?
Yes, so a lot of it we do. And the end goal would be to have all of the critical infrastructure and key resources in the city and in our mutual aid districts loaded into this system, yes.
And, I guess I was just a little confused when you wrote, I mean, I get the educational, I get the medical. I mean, I thought, the research park buildings, they're fairly large, they're probably, more important. I guess I didn't really get, I mean, obviously it'd be nice to have all the churches and synagogues mapped, but I didn't view that as the highest priority. When I was sort of surprised that you put that as faith-based, institutions as, one of the things that we'd go out and map right away. I mean,
right.
Didn't quite seem in the same league, frankly.
Yeah, so we look at faith-based institutions, congregations and whatnot as a resource. If you think about the recovery phase, not the response phase, I had a meeting this morning with a number of interfaith leaders on this very topic. How could we use these facilities that are distributed throughout our city to give us other places to shelter?
So you're thinking an emergency shelter is really what you're thinking. Okay, it makes perfect sense.
Kitchens and all that, yeah. Not necessarily that we're going to respond there for a critical incident, but we hope not.
All right. Well, I'd move approval if you're not.
Councilmember Filsis, do you want to say anything? Yeah, I would just add on the mapping project, there's no place more sensitive in the community in an emergency situation than our schools. And I hope with our communication systems and technologies that we can cut response time down to any emergency at schools to half what it is elsewhere. I think that's a real community goal to have.
That's certainly part of it.
Councilmember Nist, did you have any comment?
No, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. And that brings us to our last item, 7C, Police Operating Budget, and I understand there's an Animal Services component. I don't know
before Chief Burns starts his presentation, at the Places memo, there's an additional funding request of $250,000 for transition funding for animal services. And we can speak more in detail after the Chief's presentation. Just would like you to point you to that as well.
Do you want to treat that separately?
We can treat it separately for the chair.
Yeah, it might make sense to go through these sequentially. Chief Burns?
Good evening, committee members. Dennis Burns from the Police Department. With regard to our requests, our first request is for body-worn cameras. And you'll remember that all of our patrol cars are outfitted with it's called the mobile audio video systems. They capture between 40 and 60% of the interactions that we have with the public. The next generation or next evolution of cameras are body-worn cameras, and they've been pointed out in President Obama's 21st century policing task force, and highly recommended for agencies across the United States. This has been on our to-do list for a few years. Last year, we completed the replacement of our mobile in-car camera systems, and this year we would like to move forward with this. This project is would be interrelated with our in-car system. They'd be manufactured by the same company, and we'd be able to use the same existing architecture and memory systems. There's a variety of reasons to do this. Number one, obviously, reduce uses of force and citizens' complaints. Additionally, it's a great liability reduction tool as well. I think we spoke already about the second request that we have, and that's for our senior technologists. I can give you a list of projects that we have either underway or planned for this coming year, and they are sophisticated, complex, and necessary, I would tell you. And so this position, again, without beating the dead horse, would be extremely useful for us. The last item is for our parking team, our parking enforcement officers, would be a replacement item of some handheld devices so that we can give them an upgraded model. Our existing tool is several years old and requires a tremendous amount of attention and maintenance, and we believe it's time to replace these systems. So those are our requests for this fiscal year, and glad to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Council members?
I'll ask one question.
Yes.
So I was a little nervous when I said with the GPS tracking functions, the department will be able to adjust parking beats to maximize efficiency and increase parking-related revenue. I guess that means more tickets for everyone. I was thinking, geez, I'm not sure I want to vote for this.
Where's that one? I think that's just an enhanced feature that comes along with the technology that we're already existing.
So how does it work? I mean, my biggest fear in life, actually, I know it's actually probably the most efficiency, that you could actually install little sensors in each parking lot that would know when a car, and I'm sure you could do this, would know when a car would sit there, and as soon as your 2 hours is up, it automatically notifies you, takes a picture of the license plate, and you get a ticket, right? I mean, you theoretically could have technology that does that. You wouldn't even need people to wander around and give tickets.
You could do that, but we're trying not to get to that phase of Big Brother just yet.
Well, right, and so, you know, that's my only question, is how close to that are we moving along with this new system?
Okay.
Good evening, members of the committee. Ian Hagerman, Senior Management Analyst with Police. So really what we're talking about here are the handheld devices that you might see the parking enforcement officers carrying. And the ones we have now actually don't have a GPS functionality in them, so we don't actually know with certainty how our officers are actually patrolling and kind of doing their parking enforcement. So this will give us the ability to kind of go back and look and see how are we doing these beats, is there a better way to do them faster, that sort of thing. So we're quite a way off from what you described.
All right, thanks.
Did you want? Okay, other comments, questions? Let me just raise one issue on the numbers, budget numbers. It's striking the category other benefits on page 340 had been declining 3 years in a row, but all of a sudden you are forecasting a doubling. Is there some explanation?
Sure, I can speak to that. So per the contract with with POA, the Police Officers Association, the officers get a retention pay. I believe it's 3% at 5 years and 6% at 10 years, Chief. Thank you. So what happened in the past, we realized we never budgeted the police department for this retention pay, and we're rectifying this issue. So this is now properly budgeted for this pay.
Oh, so the past budgets were
Did not include
understating
those.
what
That's again
actually-
Paul Harp over here, who is our salary and benefits guy, who is really scrubbing the budgets. And not only that, the new budget system, which the council approved a year ago, really allows us to be much more detailed in our analysis and our budgeting.
Okay. The other thing which seems to be moving quite violently is workers' comp, 1.1 to 1.8 to 1.1 to 1.6.
So what happens with workers' compensation is that the allocations by department are based on actual experience. And we had, I believe in 2014, we had a large workers' comp case of one police officer. It was about $607,000. So that drove the actuals in 2014, which then drives the budgeting for 2016. So it's basically, we take the workers' comp total fund allocation, and based on actual experience, we allocate out for the next budget year. Is that helpful?
So the 16 budget is actually reflecting something that took place
And
last
14,
year.
that's correct.
Yeah. Okay, those are my questions. Any others? Councilmember Niss.
So, Chief, what about the cameras that are being discussed to be worn? Is that something that we have already dealt with and I don't know about it, or is that something that's going to be coming? And I don't know the official name for what the camera that is worn is called.
So back it up just a little bit, the car cameras, we've had those since 2007. Those
Yeah.
are called mobile audio video systems. We just went into our second generation. The new ones that are going to be on the officers are called body-worn cameras. And currently we have 10 deployed. Those are on the officers who ride the motorcycles, also officers that ride the bicycles, because they do not have any type of recording device on the bike itself or the motorcycle. So that will be the body-worn camera. Once we purchase it, work out the details with the Police Officers Association about when it will be used and when it won't be used, how long we'll retain the information, all the details. We hope to have that out before, have them deployed throughout the department by the fall.
And so do you have any item in here that to purchase those, or is that part of a general purchase, or how, and I don't have any idea what they cost, but I know that there's been such a push all across the country for the body-worn cameras that I imagine that there must be one specific company, if not many, that make these.
There are about, there's a half a dozen or so that make them. And the company, again, that we want to deal with is called WatchGuard. And again, they're the people, they're the manufacturer of our in-car camera system. And we've done a lot of research and testing on this, and we found it to be an outstanding system that, again, the back end works in concert with our mobile audio video system that we already have. So we're not going to have to buy two disparate systems. We'll have one back-end system. We feel very, very good about that. We are requesting $95,000 for those purchases of those.
Oh, if I just looked right up there, I would have seen it. Thank you. So, and that will cover everyone in the department?
All of the sworn officers, yes. And each officer will have his or her own.
Right. Sorry, I'm looking right at it and not reading it. Must be getting to be 9 o'clock or something, right?
Exactly.
Thanks. I think that is significant, and I'm just amazed at how complex it is, as well as being something that seems so obvious to do. And yet, the kinds of things that I hear are very mixed about wearing one and about what happens when you do and so forth. So it'll be interesting to hear next year what you say about it after they've worn them for a year.
We'll certainly report back, and it's an evolving field in terms of the law and policies across the country. So we'll be studying the issue and have a best practice ideally in place before we go live.
That's all.
Okay.
I'm good.
I guess I'll make a motion to approve the budget.
Second.
And I would just say that, you know, the emphasis you've made on technology in the past and this year is producing what I think is a very effective and efficient force, and the confidence of the public in the public safety operations, I think, shows that. So, with no other comment, all in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously and takes animal services.
Now, is there a places memo on that? Is that what it is?
I was going to say,
I can't find it.
about animal services.
Yes, we do need to pick up the at places memo for animal services, please.
Where is it?
It's right on the cover memo. If you look, Councilman Musharraf's second page.
Is that part of what we're doing tonight and I missed it?
Yeah, it's part of the police.
Oh, sorry.
It's under police services.
Okay, right.
But you said it's right. It's part of the cover memo?
The back page.
Animal service, I see it. Got it.
Want me to say some stuff? Good evening, Finance Committee members. Cash, Senior Manager Analyst with the Manager's Office. Back before you tonight to kind of give you a little bit of background about this item. If you recall several...
Cash, just before you get started, I want to make sure I can't find it in front end. I'm not sure. Backside of this?
No, it's the first page.
Take the first page out.
So, there was a lot of stuff here. Just so you know, a little too much for at places.
The majority is background material for you, or previous CMRs which you have received.
Okay, Cash, I think we're caught up.
Perfect, thank you. So if you recall, several weeks ago, we were before you to discuss the audit done by Harriet regarding the animal services. At that point, we talked about asking for some transition costs. We're back here tonight as part of the budget process to ask for that. We're seeking $250,000 for transition costs to work with a consultant. Again, the goal is to retain the animal control officers in Palo Alto, retain the shelter in Palo Alto, but spin off keep the physical presence of the shelter here, but spin off the shelter operations to a new service model, and we need a little bit of resources to do that.
Okay, and I would say that the audit itself and the staff report that we discussed is appended in the back of the material. So if there's any need to look at numbers or data presented, it is there.
Mr. Chairman, may I add just something to what Cash said? So I think that, you know, we're really going to have to ask to supplement the budget with, you know, a figure this is like $250,000 without really being able to quantify the amount. That being said, I think we'll be in a position that we'll be reporting along the way to the council. how much money we're spending or needing to allocate as we make the policy decisions about, who we're bringing in, what the timeline and all of those things are. Because the transition work itself is going to be complicated, and I think there are going to be policy implications that will have to come back to the council. So this would not be a situation where if we fund this, all of a sudden we get the budget next year and you say, hey, Jim, how much of that $250,000 did you guys spend and what was it for? We'd be in some process, I would think, almost every quarter we would want to be reporting in some fashion to the council. And I partly say that because, as you well know, people feel as passionate about animals and animal care as almost anything in the community, and we'll certainly feel the obligation to be keeping the council informed. That said, there are other issues that are at play. We're going to be losing staff. The director retires, so how we do that, but I don't know if you got into that, but we've got, we should have salary savings in that position that's budgeted to be able to let us backfill if we need to do that. There are some other operational issues, but we've been limping along in some ways. I think for the most part, we can continue to do that limping along. I think the real effort is, what is the strategic assistance on the assessment and the analysis and the research and some of the connections with some of these other entities that we're going to need outside assistance for to do. We don't have the expertise really or the time to devote specifically to it.
Let's see. So the ask tonight in the budget is for $250,000 for a consultant who could act as an interim operating manager. I don't see a budget for the animal services itself, which already contains a subsidy. Is that right?
Yeah, well, so we could go ahead and hit the revenues and expenditures and the gap that we anticipate. I just want to clarify, I don't think we would necessarily say that the consultant would end up being an interim manager. It very well may be technical assistance, and we may be able to assign somebody on staff to do some of that interim management work. It's to lead the work on the transition itself. And I'll put one other thing out to the council. I would prefer that you allow us to budget the funds this year in the budget as opposed to waiting for a couple of reasons. One, we know we're going to need funding. Two, I think that the community and the stakeholder groups are going to be watching us, and so the signal of putting the money in, I think, will be really important. But technically, if you all really got squeamish and you just didn't like it, we're going to come back with a contract award on whoever we would probably be hiring as a consultant. And the truth really is the council could, we could amend a budget, we could have a budget ordinance amendment at that point in time, pull the money and set it aside, for whatever reason. I still think, we ought to, I don't think we need that degree of oversight, but, if that's what you end up wanting to do, I'm just offering it as a possibility.
I guess my question was, there are two different requests. One is for the $250,000. The other is for approval of the fiscal year 16 animal services budget.
That is correct, yes.
And do we have a copy of that, or is there a budget?
Yeah, it's when they did the police department budget, did they approve the animal services budget?
Yeah, so you approved the animal services budget as part of the police department. You'll see this on page 339. Animal services is a division within the police department, where the total budget currently is $1.6 million.
I think in a gesture of interdepartmental friendship between fire and police, that fire will be allocating some of that $400,000 savings to the more than that loss that we're going to have in animal services in the police department.
So fire will just fund half of animal services from now on.
Or they'll have 2 dogs on every fire apparatus.
Every burning animal.
No,
they said they would, but
cat stuck in a tree.
every dog has to be a Dalmatian, they said. That's a problem. So.
Yeah, I guess what we approved was an expenditure without having a sense of revenues.
We are looking up quickly what the revenues are. I don't have it in the budget document per se, but we have it in our system, so we'll see how quickly Paul is over here.
Okay, but
No
the
pressure.
1.6 then does not include the 250.
Does
So you're
not, no,
asking
1.6 is the
in
base level funding, 250 would be a new request. And also, just to make sure that the council saw the part in their places, the offsetting revenue source we're recommending to use for the $250,000 is fiscal 2015 budget surplus funds, which would be carrying forward to the next fiscal year. And as of mid-year was $5 million. And if you have read the city manager's report of May, we just received a document transfer tax, or expect to receive document tax revenue of extra $3 million.
If I remember correctly, then don't we have, we're already using,
So maybe
the proposed budget already anticipates that we take $1.6 million out of the surplus for 2015 and carry that forward to balance the budget. I believe Councilmember Scharf asked the other day pointedly, all of those one-time funds would be spent on one-time expenditures. That is the case. That is the intention here too, that this is a one-year initiative that we would be funding. I mean, we're not asking to fund an ongoing staff position or ongoing consulting funding.
Yeah, Councilmember Sharp.
So I tell you, I feel like this is not negative necessarily. It's late. I feel it's sort of sprung on me, and I haven't had a chance to process this. I would like to continue this item.
I think that's a great idea.
I don't want to just rubber stamp it right now because I'm tired. And
Feels a little
I wanted to get some sort of thought about it. And my only real comment on it is I understand that animal services is really difficult. And, you know, we're sort of in a hole in the whole thing. And I just would guess I want you to think when you come back on it about why would a nonprofit want to get involved in this, and how is that going to help us? And are there examples of nonprofits? And it's easy to say when we don't know what to do that we have to do something, so let's spend money and hire a consultant.
Yeah.
It's almost a cliche. And I'm not saying it's the wrong thing to do. I just want a little bit of.
I think we can easily provide that. This isn't a sort of like, hey, hope there's a not-for-profit out there. There's very proven models. The audit will substantiate that. But I think that is fine. So just so that we're clear, you have already approved the police department budget right now. That includes the existing base funding and loss in animal services. This question of an additional $250,000, though, on top of that, we're going to carry forward for follow-up discussion with you. Okay.
Yeah.
The budget we just approved includes a full-time animal services superintendent, right?
That's correct.
Isn't that person retiring soon?
Person's going to retire at mid-year, and this is one of the things we were saying is we're going to have to provide some management for the second half of the year.
Right.
We just expected the salary savings we had in that position could cover that cost.
So in the 2016 budget, is there some overlap between that one head count and the consultant you're considering hiring? That is, would the consultant sort of be the manager, you know, for part of 2016?
I don't, that's not my thinking right now, but there's always that possibility. As we dive deeper into it, it could very well be, depending upon what we really see the problems or the issues and what the responses are from a consultant.
Okay.
And in response to one question Councilmember Schmidt had, the net subsidy or the subsidy of the general fund is $900,000. So if expenses 1.6, revenue about 700,000. So that's that difference, 900,000, is the subsidy from the general fund to animal services for fiscal 2016.
Right, so that's in the budget we approved.
That's approved,
And then
that's
we're
correct.
adding the 250 on
That is
top.
correct.
Yeah, if you did this, we'd kick it up to $1.15 million as the subsidy.
The prior council target was about $500,000, so this is about $400,000 above that.
Yeah. Okay, and let's see, you'd like that approval tonight? I think Councilmember Scharf suggested.
Right, I move that we continue the item.
So we'll put it in the parking lot and give you more information.
Well,
I actually just said continue the item.
yeah, so that next Tuesday, we could come back with this
Right, and it comes back next Tuesday.
Okay,
first item.
It- 24-hour notice. Yeah, the reason we're delaying is not because we don't want to do it, we just got to see if we have the 24-hour window. Since tomorrow's a 980 Friday, we just wanted to know.
I mean, we bring it back at the very soonest next budget meeting, rather than waiting till the parking lot stuff
Yeah,
at the end.
if it's
If it ends up
continued
being
until a
Thursday
week from
versus-
tonight.
It could be Thursday.
Yeah.
We just got to work out the timing. to be
Okay, yeah,
correct.
just so we can absorb the information.
Yeah, that's just the agenda timing.
Okay.
Now, when are we talking about that 980 Friday, right?
I don't want to miss this. On Tuesday, it is at 5?
I was going to go after, whenever
That's the
the
next
chair's
item,
ready.
is to get all the times.
Because I didn't know whether you would jump to that, because we're busy with dogs over here.
Okay, with the continuous of that item,
Yes.
we then are complete. We finished the agenda. So let's talk about the future meetings and what
Okay, the
times
next
we have
meeting,
set.
the next meeting is May 12, Tuesday, May 12, and we are scheduled to start at 5 o'clock per your prior direction.
And which day?
May
That is
12.
Tuesday, May 12.
Okay, and mine, the one I have here still says 5, but it's really, 5:30, so it's really,
Yes.
5
really
o'clock.
5.
Yes. And then the following meeting that we have is Thursday, May 14th. That meeting starts at 4 o'clock.
Right?
And that's where the knowledge that I will be at VTA for the beginning, right?
No. You're on the, I'm not here at that meeting, so you need to start that meeting when you guys,
No, it's,
Which
It's
week
the-
are you out,
it's the
Greg?
one where I said VTA was,
that's fine. But I'm out the 14th, so you should start the meeting when you can get here, whatever that is.
hang on.
Yeah, I thought you were available that afternoon.
No, that's the,
Because I wanted to start the 5:12 meeting at 4 o'clock, but you said, so I
Yeah.
thought that's when you were at VTA, but I could be
Yeah,
wrong.
we're confirmed for 5 o'clock on the 12th.
Yes.
And when are you available?
I am sorry, you're absolutely right. It's the 12th that I've got VTA.
Okay, good.
So we're good for 5:14 at 4 o'clock, it sounds like? Okay,
4
and then,
o'clock is okay on the 14th?
It's fine, so it's fine.
Great.
I have VTA on
so
5 o'clock on the 12th.
Just
And
to
then
remind the
4 o'clock on the 12th. That's what I just heard, 4 on the 12th.
No,
It's 4 on the 14th.
5 o'clock on the 12th.
And 4 on the
the 14th,
14th.
yes.
It's alliterative.
And just to
Okay, got
remind the
it.
committee,
Okay.
since Councilmember Scharf is out, we need
This is
the
hard.
3 remaining
And
committee
then
members to have a
The
quorum.
19th was 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock,
For some
correct.
reason, it's correct
It-
on
and-
my phone. I don't know why.
I had a note that Councilmember Nis may be out that day.
I am gone on the 19th.
Okay, so the 2
No
o'clock for
question.
the 3 of you. Okay, that's all we have for now.
So where are we for the 21st?
There is no meeting on the 21st because the committee believes that they can finish it since we start at 2. That's what I heard.
I'm sure they believe that, but let's say they don't. If it doesn't happen, then what?
We were suggesting the 20th,
The which one?
the May 20th.
I'm not here on the 21st.
Oh, and I'm not here on
Need.
the 20th. I'm gone the 19th and the 20th.
Okay, so it sounds like we would have to look for another evening. So maybe what we can do is offline, I'll work with the chair to see what other dates might possibly work.
21st is
Or
fine with me.
maybe we
It's
could set
June.
a meeting during the day, the morning, later in
On
the
the
week, or
21st?
the next week.
Jim, you're gone on the 21st, right? Are you essential?
I think so, yes.
So it sounds like we...
Since it's your final wrap-up, amending the proposed city manager budget is required in the charter, it's probably a good idea that I was here.
Oh, is that? So that's the finale?
So we still have next week where we could work it out if you...
Yeah, let's see
since-
where we are.
Yeah.
The 19th is supposed to be the finale.
Right, and
So
that's,
it's
and the
only if-
19th, I am not here.
If there's
Okay.
anything
The point is
left.
well taken. If we don't wrap up on the 19th, we should be planning now as opposed to getting to the
So why don't we plan and we can talk a little bit about the issue? Why don't you send out some doodle polls and come up with some
Yes,
concepts?
we will do that.
But I would suggest that all four of us have to attend, because I actually think the four of us are more critical than the city manager, if it came down to it.
So one other thought, I don't know whether we've ever done this or not, and again, Jim, I don't know what your commitment is, but have we ever tried flipping the days? Taking up on Tuesday what we might take up Thursday, or Thursday on Tuesday? Or is it just too far set in advance and we don't have that flexibility?
Right now, we have the agendas out for next week already.
The which?
The agendas are out for next week already.
Yes.
What you're saying is there is no flexibility.
Well, we would have to do public noticing, and we'd have to look at, see if we have enough time.
So another possibility would be to do
Looks like we've
the,
been changing this on a regular basis, seriously.
if the doodle thing isn't able to work, we could do the final wrap-up on, say, Tuesday, the 24th, 26th.
Well, let's do the doodle polls and see how it goes.
So on the 26th, we have a regular meeting, correct?
No.
The day after Labor Day.
Aren't we meeting the day after Labor Day?
Yeah, we have a council meeting.
I have a council meeting that day.
Tabitha's saying yes.
Yeah, so I was saying the Tuesday after that meeting.
Now, I guess, is it possible to meet that Tuesday?
Wednesday.
Noontime, or 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, if necessary?
On,
That is
The 25th.
yeah.
That's the 26th.
No?
No, yes,
Yeah.
those,
Yeah, as a backup.
What would our backup be?
Tuesday, the 25th at noontime, or 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock,
Tuesday, the 25th of what?
May
I have the 26th.
26th,
Oh, okay.
day after Memorial Day.
And do it during the daytime?
Yeah.
Or, what time do we meet that night I have down 5 for a special city council meeting.
I have that too.
And you know why? Because somebody does the calendar and it comes right to us, right? And that's why these are correct. Thank you. So I guess we could come for lunch and just stay, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we have to. It's a backup meeting.
That's the Buena Vista thing too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's a heavy duty night. That's the one they doodled for, remember?
So we'll doodle some starting times for the 26th and the daytime is what I'm hearing.
As a backup.
As a
yeah.
backup.
So right now, I am free all day on the 26th.
Okay.
I can have breakfast, lunch, whatever.
But no dinner, because you have a council meeting.
Okay, so noted.
And Councilmember Phil
Okay.
says he's also free that day. Are you guys free on the
Yeah, I'm
26th?
free on the 26th.
How about you, Greg?
Well, got a morning meeting.
But how about, say, noon on?
Yeah.
You know, without even doodling, 4 of us are free
Why don't you schedule it at 1 o'clock?
on the 26th at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 1 o'clock Tuesday, the 26th.
Got it.
Okay. Does that mean I can say the meeting is adjourned?
It would be nice.